healthy habit.
They can
Link is provided to all.
Hi.
Sir.
Hi. Nice to see you, Dr.
Thank you.
Venkatraman and Dr. Chandramouli sir.
Where is he? He is not seen. Chandramouli is not seen so far.
He's heard. He's there. He's heard. Soon he will be seen also.
Yeah. You will be smart with your. You got this. Where is I'm very lucky that means after a long time.
Yes. We all are looking forward to listen to sir today.
Yeah. Very eagerly. Just now I completed my video. I was in the class, but I completed that.
Okay.
A very good morning to all. Within few seconds, we are going to start the conference.
Good morning, ma'am. Thank you so much.
morning.
Good morning, all.
Sandeep,
ఇది మీ వాయిస్ కదా వాళ్ళ వాయిస్
Good morning, Tula garu.
Venkatramana?
Sir, sir.
Where are you working now?
At Rajura, sir.
Is it the same college?
Near Balarsha, sir. Just
Okay.
at a distance of 60 kilometers, sir. Dr. Chandramoli is the principal.
Okay.
That is Sauli, near Gadchiroli. He is working there. I am working almost border to Telangana. Asifabad, from Asifabad, it is 50 kilometers, sir.
Okay.
Sir.
Okay. Have you registered for PhD?
It's going on.
Yeah.
Register
In
some little bit work.
future, you may need it.
Yeah, sir. So now it's going on.
Good,
by,
good.
By 1 hour means by 6 months or 1 hour, I'll try to complete, sir. That I register.
What is the topic? What is the topic for research?
Sir, Vijay Tendulkar's work, semantics, on semantics, sir. I did in PhD, sir. I did the same from PhD. MPhil also I did Tendulkar's work only. So continuation, I registered.
Good.
Because of this other little bit, sir. Sir, he is Mr. Tula, sir. Tula, he is from, sir. Namaskar.
Damodar sir, namaskar,
Sir, Dr. Damodar, sir.
Namaste, Dr. Tula. Namaste.
Sir, I was one of
He is
your...
at Sirvancha, sir.
Yeah, I remember his face.
I feel proud
Yes,
to say that I was one of your BIE students, sir.
Oh, good. So, what's your full name?
We are
Rajendra Tula Rajendra.
Acha, Rajendra Tula. Good. So, most of our students are doing well in other states also. I'm very happy.
with your best, sir, because of your wishes and your ashirwad. We learned everything from you only, sir. I was also a student of your institute and I visited so many times.
I am also Ramna.
Sir.
That's where we are today, only because of sir.
Yeah, because of sir. No doubt at all.
Sir, good morning, sir. Dr. Damodar. Arun Prakash, sir.
He is
Good morning,
Arun. He is also working as a principal, sir. Arun Prakash.
Okay.
Sir, at
Sir, good morning,
Tadoli.
I am also one of your students, sir. Sir,
Arun Prakash.
I'm also your student, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Really? Arun Prakash?
Yes, sir.
Where?
Myself and Chandramoli, we were classmates, sir, and we belong to the first batch of Arts College PG Center, sir, if you remember that.
Batch of Arts College. Okay. So, that was in 1995. When was it?
92-94, sir.
92-94.
Sorry, 1992. Sorry, 1992. 92 passing, sir.
Oh, 32 years ago. 30 years ago.
Yes.
Sir. Hello.
So, what are your children doing, Dr. Tula?
Sir, my son recently completed BTech, sir.
What's his future plan? Wants to take or planning to go abroad?
No, sir. He is not willing to go to abroad, but he is preparing for civil, sir.
Civil, yeah. That's a better choice. Better choice.
Appeared for mains, sir. 2 times he appeared for mains.
What is the main subject he has chosen?
Geography, sir.
Good. Encourage him. Should not give it up.
A very good morning to all.
Good morning.
We are going to start today's event. Good morning, all. Honorable dignitaries, learned delegates, respected teachers and students. Very good morning to one and all. I, welcome you all on conference on English language teaching and learning in the present context. Issues, practices, and challenges. Well, Albert Einstein said, if we know what it was like this, we get an opportunity. Look forward to get about what the best of the brains think about this very dynamic issue. I, Shri Sanganand Bagade sir, to welcome each and everyone joined us here. So please over to Sanganand Bagade sir for welcome address.
Success is not the key to happiness. Happiness is the key to success. Love what you are doing, you will be successful. A very good morning to all the eminent scholars, academics, honorable chief guests, and participants from all over the country. I, Sanganand Bagade, as a convener of this conference, feel happy to deliver the welcome address. I am also excited and feel blessed about this role as this one-day national e-conference on English language teaching and learning in the present context, issues, practices, and challenges is built with the intent of active and interactive learning organized by Rashtrapita Mahatma Gandhi Arts, Commerce, and Science College, Savli. We all know that English language teaching is an evolving matter in the hands of teachers. They can inculcate the learning strategies, acquisitions, and applications which make one to travel across the world. It can be challenging for teachers. The above field of study requires computer-mediated communication. This conference will help the teachers, trainers, researchers, administrators, and students who wish to update their skill and knowledge. On this occasion, I am pleased to welcome Dr. Arun Prakash sir, the chairperson of this inaugural function and the principal of Yadavara Poshettiwar Art College, Tarodi. I am grateful to the inaugurator and keynote speaker of this conference, Dr. G. Damodar sir, Vice Chancellor, Chaitanya Deemed to be University, Warangal, and an eminent scholar and academic in English language and literature. I also welcome the resource person, Dr. Prantik Banerjee sir, Associate Professor, Department of English, Hislop College, Nagpur. Serving the society is the foremost principle of life, and with this intention, who is consistently working is Professor Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti Thirunagari, visiting professor and life skill coach, Warangal. I wholeheartedly welcome you, sir. I also welcome to the young and dynamic scholar and my mentor, Dr. Dharmapal Furdele sir, Assistant Professor, Dr. Ambedkar College of Arts, Commerce and Science, Brahmapuri, and the chairman of today's technical session. I welcome our principal, Dr. A. Chandramouli sir, who encouraged us for organizing such event. Last but not least, I wholeheartedly welcome all the delegates and participants across the country. We are eager to hear from our resource persons and delegates about their ideas and innovations in English language teaching and learning, as we will have sessions and discussions on various methods, approaches, and techniques of language teaching. I hope we will all enjoy this event and intellectual feast. Now, I hand over the further session to Dr. Prerna ma'am. Thank you.
Through this conference, we would like to engage with all you in an open, constructive dialogue about English language and teaching, learning issues, enabling environment, encourage others to a person who is not only a great motion to believe that logic will take you from A to B, but the image will take you everywhere, is none other than our respected principal, sir. Now, may I take a pleasure of requesting our respected principal.
Hello, sir. Principal, sir, you are not audible.
Please unmute, sir.
Switch on mic, sir. Chandramoli, sir. Switch on your mic. Unmute your mic, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry. Yes.
Ah.
No, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes.
Now you are audible, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So, good morning to one and all. At the very outset, I, being the principal of the college, would like to extend a warm welcome to all dignitaries, resource persons, and delegates into today's national e-conference entitled English Language Teaching and Learning in the Present Context, Issues, Practices, and Challenges, organized by the Department of English, Rashtrapita Mahatma Gandhi Arts, Commerce, and Science College, District Chandrapur. Today's keynote speaker, my teacher and mentor, Honorable Professor Dr. G. Damodar Garu, Vice Chancellor, Chaitanya DMTV University, Warangal, Telangana. Today's resource person and renowned life skill coach, respected Dr. Kalyana Chakravarti Garu. Another resource person and well-known academician and administrator, Reverend Dr. Pranjit Banerjee, Associate Professor, Islam College, Nagpur. Inaugural Session Chairman and Senate Member, respected Dr. Arun Prakash, Principal, Yadarao Poshettiwari College, Talodi. Second Session's Chairperson and my colleague, Dr. Dammapal Puljele, Dr. Basa Ambedkar College, Brahmapuri. IQAC Coordinator, Professor Deshmukh, and other IQAC members of the college. Coordinator of today's webinar and my department colleagues, Professor Prashant Vasade, Professor Sanganand Bagde, co-coordinator of IQAC, Dr. Perna Modak, various department heads, teaching, non-teaching, and technical staff of my college, and my dear delegates who have joined on this webinar from different states of the country. Really, it is a matter of pride and privilege to stand in front of you and give introductory remarks of today's webinar. It gives immense pleasure and honor to put before you the brief history of our college. Our college, Rashtrapita Mahatma Gandhi Arts and Commerce College, is initially started in 1994 with a single faculty by the then president of our society, and former State Minister, late Vamanrao Gaddamwar, with the noble intention to provide a free higher education to her students. It is located in a village, Savali, which known as the Taluka headquarters, comes under Chandrapur district, Maharashtra. Later on, in 2009, Commerce and Science faculty has been started with both faculties have received 100% grant in 2010. Postgraduate courses in the Faculty of Arts, Commerce and Science have been started in 2014. All three faculties are permanently affiliated to Gondwana University, Gadchiroli, and our college has been covered under 12F and 12B section of UGC Act 1956. It is pertinent to say here that our college is accredited by NAC, Bengaluru twice, under Yashwantrao Chavan, Maharashtra Open University, Nasik Study Center. BA, BSc and MA English courses are being run. In the current academic year, approximately 2,000 students are get admitted into our college by offering various courses. Presently, 27 permanent faculty members and more than 15 CHB members are working in our college. We have 50-bedded women's hostel building, a well-furnished 10,000 square foot indoor sports facility building, apart from floodlight volleyball court. We also have 3-storied college building, and the campus of the college is more than 500 acres land. So as per our today's e-conference is concerned, I would like to say that the suspension of face-to-face teaching due to outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, a couple of years has severely affected the attendance of students, particularly in the present academic session. Most of the students deviated from traditional methods of language teaching and learning. Hence, to explore innovative teaching methods suited to present context and attracting students to the regular classes has become need of the hour. And language center learning activities are the most difficult job for language teacher to fulfill their English classroom. The modern language student, on the other hand, has a plethora of instruments at his or her disposal to improve learning habits by incorporating technology, multimedia in language laboratories. As a result, exploring the latest and most current methods and approaches in language teaching and language learning for successful delivery and augmentation of learning process is a never-ending activity for language instructor. So the various objectives of the conference are to acquire functional listening, speaking, reading, and writing skills, develop insight into nature of language itself, the process of language and culture acquisition, availing platform to explore various approaches in language teaching and learning in the present scenario. Keeping the above objectives in mind, we have organized today's national webinar to have a healthy interaction on the topic and bring out some novel teaching method which are suited to present context. We have also invited research papers regarding main theme and sub-themes of today's topic so that the delegates may have adequate knowledge and get appropriate novel methods which are suited to present context. I know you are all eagerly waiting for keynote address, so that's why I don't sparing much of time. I conclude my introductory remarks here by expressing heartfelt thanks to today's keynote speaker, Dr. Damodar, and other resource persons for accepting our invitation and sparing time to deliver a valuable lecture to all delegates. Once again, I thanks to all and hand over the mic to Dr. Prerna Modak for further proceeding. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such great introduction.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such a brief and wonderful introduction of the institution. The world is full of diamonds and gems, and we are having few of them here today to build this event. We have one with us is Professor G. Damodaran, sir. Sir has 44 years of teaching and research experience at CKV College, Kakatiya University, Satyavahana University, and Chaitanya deemed to be university. He has 60 books written and edited, 80 papers published, presented, and contributed, and 60 general articles. He has successfully guided 30 MPhils and PhD scholars and completed 3 UGC projects. He gave 36 seminars and 54 national and 5 international seminars and workshops. He has attended and presented papers 26 at national and 29 at international conferences and webinars. He has given 46 invited talks and lectures. He has visited 22 countries, including Sweden, USA, Singapore, and Italy on academic assignments. Sir is a member of 26 academic bodies and was conferred with the State Best Teacher Award in 2010 and the President Excellence Award of LCI. He was the president of India's nominee for Dr. Hari Singh Gaur, Central University, Sagar, Madhya Pradesh during 2015 to 2018. Professor Damodaran sir was perhaps the first one to devise computer-assisted language learning, that is CALL, packaging titled DAMU-CALL in English in 1995 in Pascal, and visited LLRC, Stockholm University, Sweden on a UGC grant to study data-driven language learning packages. He visited 20 universities and language centers in Sweden, Denmark, and UK to study the latest method and materials of teaching English. His book, English for Email, was prescribed as a textbook for the student of MCA of Kakatiya University during 2000 to 2002. He devised 120 radio and video lessons on English, and AIR Warangal broadcast his videos lessons for 3 years during 2002 to 2004. Now, his videos are even available in MP4 format. Currently, he is the first Vice Chancellor of Chaitanya deemed to be University. I request such an eminent personality to address the participants. Over to you, Professor G. Damodaran, sir.
Thank you, Madam Bagde, for your generous introduction. I am logging in not from my official chamber, but from a place near Secunderabad railway station. So there may be some background disturbance also. You have to kindly bear with that. At the outset, I congratulate the management of RMG Arts, Commerce and Science College on conducting this one-day national e-conference on English language teaching and learning in the present context, issues, practices and challenges. Being organized by the Department of English under the dynamic leadership of Dr. A. Chandramouli, who was my student. So, President of this inaugural session, Dr. Arun Prakash, Principal, YP Arts College. A resource person, Dr. P. Banerjee, Chairperson, Dr. Dharmapal. Highly resourceful, Dr. Kalyana Chakravarti Tirunagari, my proud research scholar in the past, and present popular visiting professor and life coach. Mr. S.D. H.G. Bagde, Mr. P.S. Vaksade, Mr. Sandeep, and dear delegates of this conference, a pleasant morning. So the pandemic has changed our modes and methods of English language teaching. It has, in fact, made all of us high-tech teachers. So the pandemic has shed new light on the role of technologies and how connectivity, affordability, and technology access intersect. Albert Einstein once said, I quote, I never teach pupils, I only create conditions in which they can learn themselves, unquote. We ought to follow Einstein even now in teaching English. The ultimate goal of any teaching is to make learners learn things by themselves. Kindly mute. All the delegates are requested to mute their microphones, please. So, I was referring to the ultimate goal of teaching. The ultimate goal of teaching is to make learners learn things by themselves, make themselves learn. So our special contribution lies in creating conducive learning environment and a pragmatic approach that really works. The period of attaining expertise in a second language primarily depends on the immediate goals of the learners. Our learners have different goals. Some have short-term goals, some have long-term goals. Since English happens to be a language of golden opportunities in Commonwealth countries, it has become an essential language for those who have aspirations abroad. Short-term goals coupled with long-term ones have become impetus for learning English. However, the process of reaching the goal is hindered by several factors for which my note raises some issues towards workable solutions of self-learning and teaching using modern teaching aids and methods. So my 4 decades plus, to be precise, 44 years of research, publications, and training the heterogeneous groups in acquiring language skills in English have been the strong motivation for conceiving several ideas of self-learning and teaching methods. My constant experiments with diverse language activities have made me think of many creative ways of teaching English to my students. I am successful with the practical experiments I conducted with multi-skill oriented sessions and introduced a technique of diary writing to improve their students' writing ability. Thought of several language games for learning with a lot of interest and fun. So comparing for anchoring skills, audio lessons, I have devised 110 radio lessons covering all important branches of English language and literature. And they were broadcast from All India Radio Warangal for 3 years, and prepared some booklets, handouts on profile presentations, training the learners, introducing themselves on different occasions, and also thought of some life skills for training our students to come up in life with good personality. And when we communicate with people on a distance in black and white, we read and write at the same time. When we send an SMS and multimedia messages, we are using all these 4 skills. So learning a language is simply acquiring some skills, learning to understand when it is spoken, speaking it, reading it with understanding and writing it. It's also forming a certain set of habits. It's like learning driving a car or painting certain skills. Eventually, these skills become habits. Similarly, speaking, reading, and writing are to be learned by imitation and regular practice. F.L. Bellow says, I quote, a language is a habit to be copied correctly, an activity to be developed diligently, and a skill to be practiced perfectly, unquote. So on rereading below's the technique of language teaching, we are immediately struck by its modernity and by the freshness of its insights. Much of what Bellow has said regarding English language teaching, it is foreshadowed in its pages. Bellow's ideas, submerged in the structural trope, have resurfaced in communicative wave. Bellow started writing the first draft of the book in 1956, and it took 3 years to shorten the book. So languages are generally taught and assessed in terms of 4 skills. Learners need to master these skills to have command of a language. All language learners need to develop their skills in each of these areas, and their language classes should incorporate activities related to all these skills. Charles Hockett, an American linguist, developed many influential ideas in American structuralist linguists. His features of language help us isolate human communication from other forms of communication. He says that language has a dual job structure, productivity, interchangeability, displacement, specialization, and cultural transmission. For him, language is culturally transmitted, but not genetical. So studying rules of grammar cannot help one learn to speak, read, or write, particularly at the early stages. Have we learned the rules of grammar of our mother tongue while learning to speak it? No. One requires a language well by imitation and practicing all the basic skills of listening, speaking, reading, and writing. The order is important. Initially, we listened a lot. Later, we tried to speak by imitation. As we joined a school, we started reading and writing. Unfortunately, language is now treated as a subject rather than a skill. Dr. Tirunagari Kalyan Chakravarti will elaborate on this. So, teaching of grammar makes learners know about a language. I underline the word about. So, teaching of grammar makes learners know only about a language, but not competent in the uses of it. Presently, as many as 9,000 videos are available on YouTube on fundamentals. Besides grammar, learners require adequate motivation and practicing 4 language skills. So, language is primarily speech. The spoken form of the language is most commonly used for communication. In course of time, man refined his speech in such a way that we now have different types of English, spoken or written, in different ways in various parts of the world. Hence, we come across the British English, the American English, the African English, the Indian English, the email, internet English, etc. Every language is enriched by the members of society using it. According to the needs and inventions of the society, new words are coined and put to use. The people using the English language have coined more words than the others. Words from other languages have also been taken in English. Recently, the Oxford Dictionary included several words like Ayo, splendiferous, YOLO, you only live once, clicktism, selfism, from social media, yogalites, moops, Vampu Lumpu. Recently, Ukraine. So if you say, I was Ukrained by my friend, that means he instigated to go against someone, but withdrew his support. If somebody does it, you can say that Ukrained. So this is another latest word. And for the last 2.5 years, positive, negative had different connotations in the pandemic. People were scared of the word positive, and negative has become very popular. So this is another dimension of language. Telugu language has given some words like ekar, ayakar, bandicoot, mango, and several languages have contributed some new words. So in the present context of liberalization, privatization, and globalization, The importance of English language skills can hardly be overemphasized. Sri Rajagopalachari loved English to the point of characterizing it as the gift of Saraswati to India. Opposition to Hindi in the South has made English acquire the status of link language despite governments encouraging regional languages. Now, English education can no longer be dismissed as a colonial hangover or Anglophile, for it has become a language of our intellectual and linguistic makeup. English has now emerged as a de facto lingua franca over much of India. Nehru recommended English at seats of higher education for meeting of minds. He called it a window on the modern world and a key that would unlock the vast treasures of all scientific and humanistic fields. V.K. Gokak warned us, saying that rejecting the study of English as one of the languages will amount to committing intellectual harakari. That's the special word he uses. So Dr. S. Radhakrishnan suggested that English should be studied in high schools and universities to keep in touch with the living stream of ever-growing knowledge, and it would prevent isolation from the world and help us to take advantage of the wider reach of the English language. Lack of adequate skills in English has become a barrier to the progress of the Indian students in the career development. A recent study published in Inadu daily newspaper carries a title, English Rani Engineers, Engineers without English. NASSCOM declares that only 7 to 10% of engineering graduates have employability skills. Now teachers at professional colleges have a greater role to play in improving the language skills of their students for better avenues of employment. Listening and reading are passive and receptive skills, whereas speaking and writing are active and productive skills. Learners are different depending on their sensory motor organs. One may be good at visual memory or auditor memory or psychomotor memory. Accordingly, they are classified as visible, audible, and tactile respectively. The speech center of the brain is activated by the use of sensory motor organs, and this in return helps the learner in acquiring a language. Hence, teaching should be aimed at making the learners use all the skills. A foreign language is learned artificially and consciously, unlike a vernacular which is acquired naturally and unconsciously. Hence, special efforts are needed to teach English as a foreign language. As the master teacher Confucius said, one acquires new knowledge from reviewing the already learned. This is the experience one has in reading Fry's book. He remarks that, I quote, the only true and correct meanings of words are the situations in which they are used, unquote. Context decide the meanings of words. We speak and write in meaningful sentences based on certain patterns. We can introduce these patterns into English training through substitution tables. The students find it easy to frame sentences and they become creative through habit formation. While practicing these tables, the sentence patterns are subconsciously learned by the student, who in turn use them in everyday situations. F.G. French, a structuralist, says on substitution tables, I quote, the device is based quite simply on the principle that ability to read and write a language and to comprehend it when heard or said is not a matter of grammatical knowledge, nor even primarily of a very large vocabulary, but of habit, unquote. He further opines that the process of learning a single word goes on all through our lives. Halliday recommends situational approach as it involves twinning two features of experiencing the language in meaningful ways and performing it with corrections. If there is no practice, language learning becomes knowing about a language rather than knowing a language. YouTube videos are now flooded with spoken English lessons, numbering in thousands, and most of them talk about a language. No practical tips for using the language. So Dr. Kalyani is thinking of when he was working for his PhD on online teaching. That was the first PhD from Kakti University on online teaching. So then I thought of some slides and videos. We planned for some other videos to simplify teaching online. So while a few methods to teach in large classrooms have been systematically used in the developing world, there are a number of education projects addressing these conditions through in-service teacher training efforts. These efforts have not been undertaken through projects specially designed to address large classrooms, but rather through project implementers who find themselves faced with large classrooms and teachers who are asking for help dealing with the many problems they confront in large classrooms. Anecdotal evidence reveals a list of potential teaching practices that have been recommended as potentially effective. These include use of small groups, mentoring, effective teaching methods, use of volunteers and teachers' aides, peer teaching, team teaching, and shift instructions. Pasigna captures similar information in her informative guide to managing large classrooms. She has written extensively on managing large classrooms. So in all classes, not only with remediation or enrichment activities, teachers should make use of other persons ever expanding social media to help in the classroom. Beside tutoring services, regular teachers should call upon community volunteers, retired teachers, as well as students from higher grades. Now, all these activities are included in Vidyanjali of National Education Policy 2020. Right? We will be asked to implement all these things. Evaluation and effective use of the material available on the social media and YouTube are essential in determining which practices are the most effective in improving academic achievement. So my short video on American English was with the students of Shatwan University. One can have access to that and some other short videos I experimented under the title Laugh and Learn English. If you type my name, you will have access to these YouTube short videos. And all the teachers of English can become members of some ELT groups through LinkedIn, like British Council Teaching Opportunities, Business English Instructors, ELT professionals around the world, ESL International, ESL EFL World, English Language and Literature, Higher Education Teaching and Learning, National Council of Teachers of Education, Professional English Teachers Network, TEFL Institute, TESOL, Technology Using Professors, the Fulbright Program Official Group, the Teaching Professor, I Teach English. These are some of the groups available on LinkedIn. I think most of you might have become members of these groups. So I wish all the teachers of English and the delegates a fruitful deliberation. And I thank the management for sharing some of my ideas in this keynote. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your valuable experiences and knowledge of English with all the participants. I am extremely overwhelmed to get this opportunity to welcome and introduce the chairman of the inaugural session, Dr. Arun Prakash, Principal, Yadav Rao Pushattivar Arts College, Tarodi, Barapur. Sir is working as a member and chairman for various committees in Gondwana University. Sir has published research papers in various national and international journals and conferences. Sir had organized the national and state level workshops and seminars and published 3 books. Sir had completed UGC sponsored minor research project and guided 2 MPhil and 4 PhD students for research. Now I request Dr. Arun Prakash sir to present the special remark for the one-day National E-Conference on English language teaching and learning in the present context, issue, practices, and challenges. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible? Can you hear
Yes,
me?
sir. Yes, sir. You're
Ma'am?
audible. Yes, sir. You're audible.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good morning to all the participants and the resource persons. Dr. Damodar sir, who is my teacher and the key speaker of this inaugural, the Vice Chancellor of Chaitanya deemed to be University. The other resource persons, Dr. Rantik sir and Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti sir, the principal of the college, Dr. Chandramoli sir, and all the participant friends and the organizers. It's a pleasure and privilege for me to have an opportunity to preside over the inaugural of this National E-Conference on such a sorry for the disturbance. Entitled English Language Teaching and Learning in the Present Context, Issues, Practices and Challenges, organized by the Department of English, RMG, Arts, Commerce and Science College, Savali. Well, the situations caused by Corona pandemic has technology and e-learning in education in general and English language teaching learning in particular. Indeed, the decade ahead is tech dominant, and the situations emerging would pose questions like will the classroom scenario be with students trapped into virtual reality headsets speaking English? Am I audible? It seems there is some disturbance.
No, you are audible, sir.
Disturbance is there, but still you are audible, sir. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So we may face questions like whether the classroom scenario be with students trapped into virtual reality headsets and speaking English with robots. Will the trends coming out in teaching methodology with focus on self-education would push teachers out of their job? It is true that some of these new trends will barely leave any mark in the long run in education, and only a few may change the game forever. But we may not need to worry much, as the main ingredient in English language teaching and learning will remain consistent across the years, which is excellent teaching and a positive classroom setting. The main challenge for us would be how will we facilitate these technology enabled new trends with the excellent teaching abilities of a teacher so as to create the ultimate classroom for learning and self-discovery for students. I hope the deliberations in this conference would focus on these issues along with some other vital aspects of English language teaching and learning in the current situations and provide valuable inputs for English language teachers. I congratulate Dr. A. Chandramoli and organizers of this e-conference. And I also wish all the best for all the participant English language teachers, and hopefully we will have a very fruitful proceedings throughout the day. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm over. Madam, over to you.
surely the event will be fruitful to one and all. So much. I assure you that this event will definitely helpful to all the participants, and will try to cover most of the issues and challenges. And now I'll hand over the inaugural session to Mr. Prashant Vasade sir for vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to the one and all present here. Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. D. Damodar sir, respected Chairman Dr. Rupaka sir, faculties and all the participants. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. We are at the end of the inaugural session of one-day national e-conference on English language teaching and learning in present context, teaching issues, practices and challenges. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. First of all, I, on behalf of Rashtrapita Mahatma Gandhi College, Saudi, convey deep regards and hearty thanks to our honorable chief guest and keynote speaker, Chancellor Chaitanya, deemed precious time from his busy schedule for your inspiring and encouraging us with your interesting and thought-provoking address on this special day. I am sure that all the participants have taken note of your views and suggestions. Thank you very much, sir. I also extend my sincere gratitude to respected chairman of the inaugural function, Dr. Arun sir, Principal Yadavarav Shettiwar College, Talodi, delivered noteworthy presidential speech and graced the function. Thank you very much, sir. I must humbly thanks to our principal, Dr. A. Chandramouli sir, for his leadership, guidance and motivation. My deep sense of thanks and appreciation goes to all the faculties and the participants who join with us. Let me thank Mr. Sandeep Deshmukh, IQAC coordinator, and Dr. Prerna ma'am for their technical support. Last but not least, I am thankful to all our faculty colleagues and non-teaching staff. In the end, thank you all and have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you very much, sir. I hand you very much.
Thank you, sir. I feel really proud to be the part of such an elite e-conference. I welcome you all in the second session. In the second session, Pratik Banerjee, sir. Within few seconds, he'll join us. I'm very sure that you are going to gain a lot of new ideas as our event is regarding the issues, practices, and challenges in English language teaching and learning. Our resource person will join us within few seconds. So please be there. So all my dear participants, sir has joined. So it's my privilege to introduce him. Dr. Pratik Banerjee is the Associate Professor, Department of English, Hislop College, Nagpur. Before I give the brief introduction of resource person of this event, I would like to say a few words for him. Excellence is not an act, but a habit. And these lines are for sir, because I have gone through his CV, and that makes me to say these words for him. Sir is a published poet and short story writer. His poems, a postscript of Missing Keys, and an anthology of poems, was published by Writers Workshop, Calcutta, and been featured in Sahitya Akademi India, Indian Literature, PEN, Brown Critic, Kavya Bharati, Journal of Poetry Society of India, Little Magazine. He was featured as Poet of the Month by Kamla Das, the Sahitya Akademi awardee Indian poetess. His poems were shortlisted thrice in the All India Poetry Competition held by the British Council in collaboration with Poetry Society of India, the Times of India, Indian Express, and the Hitwad have carried his articles from time to time. His domain expertise are cultural studies, energy humanities, medical humanities, memory studies, cyber culture studies, film theory, post-colonial studies, trauma theory, gerontology, and disability studies. He is also involved in higher education policies, quality assurance framework, and curriculum designing. He designed new PG courses for 3 universities. Sir, 8 book chapters and 41 research papers in peer-reviewed journal. He is working towards connecting young minds and strive towards success and achievement. We are grateful to him for invitation and becoming his lecture.
Well, thank you. First of all, let's do assistance check. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Fine, fine. Thank you for that unusual introduction. And I say unusual because normally when organizers of webinars and conferences ask for a brief biodata, I always make it a point to put my creative bursts right at the end. I noticed that Madam did the inverse order. She followed the inverse order, talking about my creative writing, including my poems and my short stories first, and then my domain expertise. So, which in fact is, I think, which sort of, in a sense, which sort of sets the trend for what I'm going to speak in the next 1 hour or so. A couple of things that perhaps might be you could call it counterintuitive, things that probably will make us sit up and think by breaking the conventional ways of thinking about English language teaching and English language learning in India. So in a sense, the introduction with its reverse order sets the tone for my talk today, and that is to be a little counterintuitive and to make you think things hopefully in a very different way. First of all, but to begin with, I was actually a little rushed because according to the schedule, my talk was slotted to start at 11:45, and I noticed it's only 11. It's not even 11:30. It's not 11:30, but never mind. That's okay, which means it gives me a little more time to sort of develop and expand on a few talking points, a few ideas and concepts that I would like to present before the participants. But let me begin by first expressing my thanks and my gratitude to the principal of the college, Dr. Chandramouli. In fact, I actually don't even know what, the kind. Dr. Chandramouli gave me a call and said, we'd like you to be a resource person for this particular webinar on language teaching. And I do think, although I mean professionally and academically, I have not had the opportunity to meet Dr. Chandramouli in person. I actually it escaped my mind to ask him how and where from he thought of me as a speaker. But having done so, let me extend my heartfelt gratitude to him for having invited me to address this particular webinar. And also, participants, a very good morning. It's a working day for all of us, and I'm sure many of you perhaps may have connected or may have joined on this platform even as you would have skipped from one class to another. So I don't know. So I think on a working day, especially when the time slotted for the speaker is 11:30, one needs to perhaps to engage with a talk with far more attention than when we are in a physical setup where everybody is sitting in an auditorium and we are there only focused on the moment and on the talking points. Well, today's webinar focuses on current methods and techniques of English language teaching with specific reference to India, what we do in the classrooms, what we are doing, and what we have been doing in the Indian classrooms for the last so many decades. And I said that I'm going to begin my talk in a counterintuitive way, meaning trying to do in an unconventional way. And I'll let you know exactly what I have in mind if the organizers allow me to share my PPT. Just let me see if I can share my screen. Do let me know if you can see my presentation.
Yes, sir.
Right. So I think that the title of my presentation is Death of the Method in English Language Teaching. Death of the Method in English Language Teaching, Making Language Learners Career-Wise. But But I think the first part of the title is what I mean when I said that I'm going to begin on a counterintuitive note, because on a webinar whose sole focus is primarily on current methods, I'm going to speak or present a position which goes against methods, or rather to think of methods, if not against, to think of methods in an altogether different way. And so what I'm going to do with the participants is to walk my talk, or rather talk my talk with you all, breaking my discourse today into two parts. In fact, death of the method in ELT with that question mark is what the first part of my talk is, and that is to inquire and investigate into, you could say, a genealogy of the various methods that we in India and across the world we have been doing in language pedagogy, that is in the way in which we have been teaching and using certain approaches and techniques and methodologies in the classroom for more than 100 years. So I'm going to look at a sort of not an overview, but look critically at some of these methods, the so-called methods that we have been using. In fact, what I'm going to do is to look at the very definition of what we mean by a method, whose method and for whom, and what are the does the use of a specific or a particular method actually go or fulfill the learning outcomes, the aims and objectives of the teaching pedagogy that we follow. The second part of my talk I'm going to focus on certain issues regarding, for example, what we have been calling as English for specific purposes and English for vocational purposes in India. And I'm going to link the second part of my talk to some of the recommendations made by the National Education Policy 2020. So broadly speaking, I'd like to structure my talk, breaking it into these two parts, to look at the phenomena of the epistemological as well as the pedagogical practice of method in English language teaching, and whether it is time to call down the curtains on the use of the word method in the conventional way in which we have been using in English language teaching. And the second part is I'm going to look at, as I said, what you and I as teachers of English, various Englishes that we are doing, whether it is compulsory English or English as a second language or literature or even functional or communicative English, and how what we are doing, to what extent what we are doing in the classrooms, teaching these various English languages, English courses. So to what degree are they aligned? Or what is it that we need to modify according to the recommendations and the suggestions of the National Education Policy vis-a-vis communication, vis-a-vis soft skills and communication? So this having laid therefore the groundwork, this is the trajectory of my talk. Let me quickly jump into the first part of my talk. And the first part of my talk, I begin with a couple of opening moves, right? And it is we need to take a couple of minutes to sort of introspect. What you see on the slide are a set of posers, a set of questions that you and I need to reflect and meditate upon. For example, I'm regularly asked, now that I've been teaching for quite a while. You could say I've been teaching English from the last Jurassic age for many, many years now, for more than 3 decades, right? So I'm regularly asked a question such as the one that you see on the top of your slide. What's the best method? What's the best method? Young teachers who have joined the teaching profession often ask me, what's the best method is in English language teaching, or English as a second language, or English as a foreign language? Another question that perhaps you and I need to ask often, not only to ourselves, but to each other in order to engage in a critical inquiry, or at least to get a process of critical inquiry going, is, can teachers follow one particular method in the English language teaching class? Then, and if they do, then the next question, the obvious next question would be, which method or what method do you as an English language teacher adopt in the English language teaching class? Either you could say adopt, or you could say adapt, or you could say be adept in the English language teaching class. And how much of your classroom activity, the discourse or the pedagogy that you follow in your classroom, you know, those 40 or 45 minutes of teaching that you do, how much of it is teacher-centered and how much of it is student-centered? What do your learners, and what is the outcome? Or what is the outcome of teaching the English courses that we do in the classrooms? What do your learners want? What do students want from us? Accuracy or competency? Accuracy or competency, proficiency or fluency? And finally, the final poser is, you know, is today's English language teaching a post-method pedagogy, which basically is asking that have we moved on in the roadmap to using various methods in English language teaching? Is it time to call it curtains on what we call method in English language teaching? You know, because in recent decades, language experts, teacher pedagogy experts have been claiming that so far as language teaching is concerned, methods are dead. The era of method is dead. So much as we sort of celebrate in a postmodernist fashion the death of the author and then in a similar way, is it time even in language teaching to celebrate the death of the method? Are we now moving on? Are we migrating in a pedagogical, from theory to a pedagogical practice, which sort of announces an era, a new, which sort of moves in the direction of a post-method pedagogy, much like post-structuralism, post-colonialism, postmodernism, and you know, the death of the author, as I said. You know, at this point, on a very personal note, I'd like to give an example, not as a digression, but something that probably would be suggestive of the kind of teaching learning that we do, how our students learn English in our classrooms. Well, you know, my father was in Indian Air Force, and as a result of his transferable job, I as a student, I've had an experience of different boards and learning under different boards, and also learning under different teachers in different schools. Some were public medium schools, some were convent schools, right? And as perhaps many of you would understand, those who have had to migrate or those who have had to relocate from one state to another or one city to another, you know, moving from even one board, from ICSE to CBSE, etc., are in the instructional methods in the language classroom. The instructional methods, the adopted by our teachers, the course material that was administered in the classroom have been very diverse from one school to the other. And I still remember in Delhi, you know, well, I seem to get a prompt which says recording started and recording prompt. So anyway, I still remember when I was a student in Delhi, I was in the 7th or 8th standard, and you know, I had a fabulous English teacher, Mrs. Chetalwa, and in the very first few classes, Mrs. Chetalwa would walk into the class, you know, she was such a fantastic teacher. She would make whatever was on the page leap up, you know, whether she was doing poetry or play or a short story, she would turn fiction. She would make fiction, you know, make us transform with the pages in the book as if we were watching something alive, or we were watching something, you know, the classrooms would become alive sessions. Until one fine day, she walked into the classroom with a with a red book in hand, and I'm sure many of you would identify instantly a grammar and composition in red color. The book was always red, and I'm told even today's students, the color, while so much has changed, the color of the book has remained the same. Wren and Martin, English Grammar and Composition by Messrs. Wren and Martin. And she walked into the class to say that today we are going to do an exercise in English composition in paragraph writing. And then, like many of us, what we do in the English classroom, she went on to use. She said, that there are 10 golden rules on how to write a good paragraph, and she mentioned one of them being that never end a sentence with a preposition. Never end a sentence with a preposition. And for some reason, when I heard her say that never end a sentence with a preposition, I laughed. And she spotted me laughing. So she wagged her finger at me and asked me to stand up. And I stood up. And she said, I am not a person to be laughed at. I'm not a person to be laughed at. And so I laughed even more, And by now she was extremely angry with me. And so she burst out saying that this is something I shall not put up with. And of course, this is something she said I shall not put up with. So, even as she said that, I felt the absolute disconnect between the prescriptive rule of grammar, or the rule that she was trying to make us follow in a good way in writing what a good paragraph or a model paragraph is, or what a good sentence should be, that it should never end a sentence with a preposition. And here I was, the disconnect, and here she was herself breaking the rule. Of course, in spoken English, breaking the rule, ending not one, but two sentences, and not with one preposition, but two prepositions. And that, friends, typically, I give you this example of my own school experience, classroom experience, only to suggest the kind of disconnect that we have between what the rules what the grammar books say, so far as rules and conventions and structures are concerned, and real-time teaching, what we actually do in the classroom. And this is a disconnect which immediately points out to method and methodology, to the prescriptive approach, to this prescriptive and disciplinary approach, or the drill-like approach whenever we use the word method or approach. Yet, in spite of the announcement of the death of not just the author, but the death of the method by language experts, particularly in the last 2 decades, we as teachers seem to be obsessed with method. We still seem to believe that there can be no teaching and learning of a language without a method. And I suspect, the question, what's the latest method? When we ask this question, the question itself is prompted by 3 reasons. One, it sort of suggests that we all suffer. As teachers, we have a fear of being left behind unless we hang on to a method, unless we cling on to a method, right? Many of us may feel that we are left behind. Second, there seems to be a sort of a frustration when we ask what's the latest method or what's the newest method in English language teaching. It sort of comes out, it arises this from a frustration at the lack of effectiveness of whatever is the current method that you and I may be employing or may be implementing or using in the classroom. So it is this dissatisfaction with a current method or an approach that you and I may be using in the classroom that constantly makes us inquire, what's the latest method in English language teaching? And finally, implicit in this question, what's the latest method, is a sort of a belief in ourselves, a belief in the power of magic bullets. That is, magical solutions, a belief in magical solutions, that there is, that like a silver bullet, there will be one single specific method that may be the panacea, or that may be the final solution to the many intractable problems that you and I encounter in the daily business of teaching English as a second language. So in a sense, in the same way that we keep on pinning our hopes on someone finding out the final cure to COVID-19, and say goodbye to all the waves, predictive or anticipatory to all the waves. So in the same way as we pin our hopes in finding a magic pill, a magic cure to the COVID-19, we as teachers, language teachers, we secretly long for a foolproof method for teaching English as a second language in India. So, this desire of constantly searching, constantly questing for a foolproof method for teaching English is often mixed, and that's my observation. It's often mixed with an uncritical faith in the power of technology. The assumption that whatever new method that we are looking for, whichever new method is on its way, it will arrive piggybacking, it will arrive on the back of some technological breakthrough. Of course, in a sense, it already has. Much of our language teaching that we have been doing in the last 30 years has been, call it from from CAL, that is computer assisted language teaching, from CALI, computer assisted language instruction, we have moved to computer assisted language teaching, right? And also language learning rather. And from CAL we have also moved on to MAL, that is mobile assisted language learning. The things that you and I have been doing in the past 2 years, where we sort of migrated the entire ecosystem. We have migrated the entire teaching learning process from offline to online, and we continue to do so in many schools and colleges in India. So this desire of two things: one, of finding a silver bullet and finding one perfect method of teaching English is sort of embedded. It's sort of embedded on also on the new technologies, including the new media technologies, the media tools, the social media tools, for example, that you and I have been increasingly using in our classrooms, whether it is our most of it is, of course, smartphone, generated by smartphones and computers and smart boards. So the point, therefore, is that, despite language experts announcing the death of the method, somehow this search for the method, for the one final panacea to all our language problems, teaching language problems, is something that has proved very resilient over the years. So I think what we can do is my presentation moving? Are we on the same slide? 5 myths about method.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. So I would like to draw your attention to what this slide is all about. It's about busting 5 myths, what seem to be commonsensical notions about our very idea of what English language teaching should be, or English language learning should be. 5 myths about methods. Is there a problem? Can you see my presentation? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the 5 myths that you can see on your slide. One is the belief that there is a best method out there and waiting to be discovered. Second, that methods constitute the organizing principle for language teaching, that somehow the entire the entire curriculum delivery with respect to English language teaching and learning should pivot around one specific or one particular method, whether it is the grammar translation method or the bilingual method or the communicative competency method, right? So there has to be one single method whose organizing principles should control the classroom activity or the classroom delivery of language teaching. Then the third myth is that that method as a universal and a historical value. That is, what is good in India, or what is good in, let's say, the United Kingdom and the United States, is necessarily good in India, or even within India. What is good in a college such as ours, such as Hislop College in Nagpur, is good in Christ University, Bengaluru, or is equally good in a small college in rural India. So it's universal, as if to suggest that there is, that there is one size fits all kind of formula in language teaching that will deliver, that will help all learners, irrespective of the many things that make them different, whether they are rural students, urban students, what is their age group, what is their class and income, whether they come from an English medium, whether they are actually studying in an English medium college, or they also have regional mediums, etc. So this universal and historical value, this is the third myth, that method. I request the participants to mute themselves. So method is a universal and historical value. The fourth is theorists. The fourth myth is that theorists construct knowledge. Theorists construct knowledge, and teachers consume knowledge. That when we think of theorists, well, what you and I would have learned, like, for example, whether we are talking about the behaviorist theory of the linguist B.F. Skinner, or Noam Chomsky, if you are following Noam Chomsky's theory of universal grammar, or Michael Halliday's, the language acquisition, what his theory is about language acquisition through social interaction, that is, meaning comes before grammar. So theorists in different periods of time have sort of formulated different approaches and different methods and techniques of teaching English as a foreign language or English as a second language. So the job of the theorist is to sort of give us, to formulate a model, to construct a theoretical framework. And you and I, as teachers in the classroom, have to, follow whatever they say, or the do's and the don'ts in their models. Well, that's the fourth myth. And finally, the final myth is that any method of English language teaching that we adopt, method itself is supposed to be neutral, that that method is value free, and that it has no ideological affiliation, that there is no ideology behind it. It's like, when you, it's the belief that when you and I, as English language teacher, walk into a classroom, then the classroom becomes something that is divorced of the outside reality. And that there is no politics. There is no politics in the teaching and learning of language in a particular way or in a particular fashion. So these are the 5 myths. And because they are myths, they are not true. We believe them to be true, but they are not true. So the biggest myth is, if you answer, I started with a question, is should we announce the death of the method? Well, the fact is that there is no best method. We may continuously search for newer methods, new methods, modern methods, scientific methods, innovative method in each period of time. But the fact of the matter is that there is no best method, one that would give us, one that would take away, one that would resolve all the problems, all the challenges and issues that you and I face in different classroom situations across the country. Because you see, when you look at the history of language teaching, what it does over a period of more than 100 years, it presents a fascinating variety of methods. There is no dearth of methods. There is no, the choice of adopting methods seem to be, are aplenty. So you talk about, as I said, the grammar translation method, the direct method, the audiolingual method. You talk about bilingualism. Then there are things like suggestopedia or following the communicative approach. Each method has had its time. Each method has been adopted or simultaneously. In fact, more than one method has simultaneously been adopted from the 60s and the 70s onward. But the question really is, therefore, for a language teacher in India, is that if there are such a variety of methods, and some of the methods still continue to be implemented, well, either deliberately or unconsciously, then the question before the language teacher is that if there are such a variety of methods, then which one are we to choose? Which one? I go back to that question. Well, there is no definite answer. There can't be one answer to this question, because what works for one English teacher in one English school with a particular set of learners it may be very different from another teacher working in another school or another college with a different set of learners. Because given the fact that we have, you're looking, our entire education ecosystem in India is so diverse. We have nearly 46,000 colleges and universities across the country, and each following its own curriculum. Each has, and of course there is not just English, but there are different different media of instructions, regional languages also. So there is so much of diversity in the way in which we do our teaching and learning, that there can't simply be the choice of one method. And so different methods can only be appropriate to different contexts, actually. So if we are really searching for the best, perfect, modern, more scientific method as a kind of a silver bullet, a magical solution to all the problems of language learning, friends, we are bound to fail. We are bound to fail. One thing, again, a point that I had, touched upon earlier is that that in our country, English language teaching, methods in English language teaching continue to be promoted because there is a huge market. There's a huge market that English commands in our country. Look at the number of spoken English classes or institutions that guarantee proficiency and accuracy, or fluency and accuracy in 3 weeks or 4 weeks or 5 weeks. And now that we have some of the biggest private players already, like Byju's, for example, or Vedant or Unacademy, entering into the market, which also they have developed their own language learning instructional course materials. So there is a huge commercial potential. There is English is a profit-making enterprise. Teaching English and learning English is a profit-making enterprise in India. There can't be any doubt about it. And so the search for a method in English language teaching in our scenario, where there is so much of business, I'm saying deliberately using the word business potential in the very processes of our curriculum delivery or English delivery. Plus the fact that new technologies, the arrival of new technologies, the digital tools and the apps that are making English language, that are taking English language teaching and learning to a different level altogether. So these new technologies are making digital and online language teaching also the default mode, and many of us have already adopted some of these learning tools and apps on various platforms in these last 2 years of pandemic. So not only, therefore, are methods, the point I'm trying to make is that not only are methods in English language teaching promoted because they are supposed to be effective, they are supposed to be efficient, and they are supposed to be inherently modern, but so too are the technologies that are delivering these English language teaching. I still remember, way back in the 1990s, when my college deputed me to visit the then CFIL in Hyderabad, the Center for um, Central Institute of English and Foreign Language Teaching in Hyderabad. I still remember going over on a project, going over to CFIL in Hyderabad, and that was way back in 1996, and buying for the college, making a library purchase for the college of a set of cassettes on spoken English produced by CFIL Hyderabad, which sort of had, the design material or the cassettes had a tagline. It had a ticker tape on the cassettes, and what it said was a new tested method to learn spoken English quickly and easily. On the tape on the cassette, I'm talking of back then, when we had these cassettes. So the label on the cassette said a new tested method to learn spoken English quickly and easily. Yes. Yeah. And if you see, I mean, if you were to Google, just give me a minute. Yeah. And if you were to Google English teaching methods, images, right? Google images. I've sort of pulled down some of these images, very interesting. There are two books on either side of your slide, which says the ESL or ELL Teachers Survival Guide. Survival Guide. As if to teach English is a combat, and one has to survive. It's like, it's like a difficult terrain that one has to, a course or a difficult terrain that one has to overcome. And so a survival guide, right? God knows who is going to survive, for whose survival is the book meant, whether it is for the survival of the students or the survival of the teachers. Well, it's called the Teacher Survival Guide. And on, ESL teaching methods overdrive. And then you have an advertisement of English teaching methods. Notice it's called Read Bullet. We're talking, therefore, I was referring to this futile search for a magical or a silver bullet which would solve all language teaching problems, right? What you see as text matter at the bottom of the slide is in fact an ad of a promotional ad of an ed tech company, obviously into English language teaching. And what it promises, and it says that, that it's a comprehensive learning system which combines effective education methods with state-of-the-art technology, interactive online courses. It promises that interactive online courses will improve your grammar, vocabulary, and pronunciation skills in no time, and you will make fast progress and have fun doing it. I mean, if you were the parent of a school-going child, obviously, an edtech company's ad such as this online would certainly find favor with you, because it promises the moon. It promises so much, right? And notice that it promises about a surefire technique of helping your child to learn all the intricacies of language structure and grammar, including communication skills, with the most prominent word used in the ad, which is technology. So also note, I give you this example both from the CFIL cassettes, 30 years back, and the promo ad of an edtech company on a website, only to suggest that, although more than 25 years separate between the CFIL cassettes and this ad, both, however, seem to highlight two interesting things in their ad, in the label and the ad. One is they seem to emphasize speed. At what speed will your learners learn? All right. So learn quickly and fast progress. That's what the ad says. And the second thing that the CFIL as well as this ad says focuses on is innovation, speed and innovation. So CFL ad said, the CFL label on the cassette said new, and this ad of a ed tech company says state of the art. So speed and innovation, these seem to be the two drivers of English language teaching in the past so many years, whether it was the 1990s or you move fast forward to today's times. Speed and innovation seem to be the two markers, the two signifiers that drive the entire exercise that we call language pedagogy. So in the end, all this hype about methods being quick and speedy in the fulfillment of learning outcomes, and innovation, that is technology, riding on technologies. So all this hype might simply, show our ongoing love affair with anything which has the word new, Whereas what I would like to suggest is that methods, friends, methods, and the dozens of methods that we have had in the history of English language teaching, methods are recycled best. They are not recycled waste. They are recycled best. Because old approaches, old methods have a habit of returning or being that even as with the passage of time, the social and the cultural contexts change, but old techniques, old methods are often reconfigured. They are revised and reconfigured, and what may seem to us actually as a new approach, a new technique, or a new method is in fact a recycled old approach. So if you look at the history of methods in English language teaching, one may more accurately describe it not as a linear progression, but as a cyclical, not as a linear progression, but as a cyclical progression. So the history of English language teaching in India also exemplifies this phenomena. If you look at the various methodological approaches that English language teaching has been adopting in India, right from if you look at the recommendations, right from the recommendations of the Curriculum Development Center in Hyderabad, their findings, their report which came out in 1987, to the Communicational Teaching Project, which is a landmark, which was and continues to be a landmark project in the not just in Indian history in the history of teaching language, in teaching English in India, but across the world. A project. This was a Bangalore project. I'm sure many of you would have read and probably have heard about it, which was designed by Dr. N.S. Prabhu. And then to the recent recommendations made by the UGC Curriculum Development Cell in January 2020, just before it came out along with the NEP 2020. So if you look at the growth, or if you look at the trajectory of the history of methods, different methods and approaches, and different recommendations of language commissions and language committees in India, despite that such a long passage of time, the fundamental principle underlying English language teaching in India has been to make it learner-centric, skill-oriented, task-based, with a situational approach, despite the differences in the various methodologies, the specific differences of approach, nature, instructional material, and classroom teaching methods. The basic principle has remained the same. The underlying principle has been the same. So if you look at the different methods practiced in India, I mean, this could be a quick quiz for the participants, and a surefire way of knowing how much you are still with me. Participants, I mean, you can unmute yourself to and identify and let me know by the lines. There are how many? Four quotes here. Can you identify which quote goes with which method? It could be more than one method, actually. Of course, unlike a KBC, there are no prizes for no prizes for even guessing here. Well, if you look at the first quote, for example, should I give you a minute more? Well, if you look at the first, that the student should never be called upon to say anything that he has not already learned through imitation of his teacher. I mean, this is from an English manual, English Language Services, brought out by the BBC in 1964. And what it says, notice that a teacher has to imitation, mimicry, and replication. Imitation, mimicry, and replication seem to be the method that is being recommended by this quote, by this line. So it seems to suggest what we call the audiolingual method, audiolingual method with its drill. Or take, for example, the key to language learning is drill, which in the 1940s was what was called the army method. The 1930s and 40s was called the army method, right? Where language learning was supposed to be structured, prescriptive, and drill oriented. It was felt that students could learn a language only after they were taken step by step through a drill, which would sort of which would make them learn grammar and sentence pattern and word order, etc. Now, the point really is that one may assume, if you look at therefore these 5 or 4 quotes, which actually represent a diversity of methods that has been adopted in English language teaching, one may assume that different methods offer different pathways to second language acquisition. But really, that is not the case, as I've been repeatedly saying. In fact, there is considerable overlap in theory and practice of each of these methods. So what appears to be a radically new method, what may have appeared as a radically new method in a particular age, is more often than not just a variant, simply a variant of an earlier method presented with a fresh paint or with a new terminology, with a new label that camouflages their fundamental similarity. Most importantly, this is an essay written by Penny Cook, and I would strongly recommend participants to read this essay. It's called The Concept of Method, Interested Knowledge, and the Politics of Language Teaching. And like in my second slide, if you remember, when I talked about the 5 myths of language teaching, one of the myths was that language is value-free. Language teaching is neutral and value-free, and there is no ideology. Well, this particular essay by Penny Cook, in fact, suggests just the opposite, that no language method, approach, or technique, even in what you and I do in the classroom, is actually is outside of politics or outside of a particular line of thinking. By politics, I mean a particular line of thinking, which sort of expresses our own preferences and prejudices. The fact of the matter is that despite the diversity of all these methods, basically all these approaches, methods, and techniques revolve fundamentally around these 5 things that you see on your slide. What is the nature? The nature of language. What is the nature of language? What is language? What is the nature of second language teaching? What should be the goals and objectives in teaching English, for example? What are the instructional materials that we use? And they define these methods, irrespective of what approach they follow, they define the role of teachers and learners in the classroom. They also sort of recommend a certain set of activities, whether it is task-based activity, whether it is situational-based activity, or real life or role model, role play, for example. All of these are the fundamental principles underlying the different approaches and different methods. Okay, how are we doing for time? All right, maybe another half an hour?
Good. Sir, yes, sir.
Am I allowed another half an hour?
Yes, yes, sir. You can go, sir.
Right.
Okay, okay.
Oh, let him complete. No problem.
Thank you. So,
Sir, it's nice to listen to you, sir.
Lively class, sir. Lively class. We are enjoying, sir.
Sir, enjoying, sir. Already we have enjoyed your classes. So just I don't want to miss this one.
Thank you so much. Thank you. One has to pick any book on language teaching. In fact, if I can show you right now, this is the standard book that you and I would have referred to. Oh, just a minute. I don't know whether you can see it. No, it's Teaching and Learning English. Teaching and Learning English, a source book for teachers and teacher trainers by M.L. Tikku. It's a standard textbook that you and I perhaps may have read over and over again when we entered into the teaching profession. I mean, there are now, of course, revised editions by M.L. Tikku from CFL, considered to be one of the greatest exponents of teaching learning methods in English, right? M.L. Tikku. And if you've not really read this book, I would again strongly recommend you to read this book.
I personally met him.
Oh, wonderful! Yes, wonderful.
I was a student. He taught me at CFL.
Oh,
he taught me at CFL. I did one course from that center.
Wonderful.
PGDT.
Right.
He taught me.
So such a scholar was M.L. Tikku, right? And therefore I strongly recommend this book. All of us who are teaching, whether we are 5 years into teaching or 15 years of teaching, or even somebody like me, an older hat now, right? It's always good to go back to these seminal textbooks, such as this one by M.L. Tikku, and to get a fundamental, to get clarity about what, how, when, and why are we doing what we are doing, the way in which we are teaching English in India. So, let me come to what has been what I've been talking about, that if methods are just simply, there is no absolute one prescriptive method of teaching English, then is it time therefore to consider, for example, a post-method approach in ELT? This word or this nomenclature, post-method pedagogy or post-method approach in English language teaching, was actually, it already is 20 years old, because it was first put forward in 1994 by Kumara Veduvelu, an alumni of Madras University, who is now currently Kumara Veduvelu is professor of Applied Linguistics and TESOL in San Jose University, California. So Kumara Veduvelu, in fact, Professor Kumara Veduvelu felt the need to once again, come up with, let us say, not a new method, but an anti-method or a post-method, not an anti-method, but a post-method way to recommend a post-method approach as the most optimal way of teaching English, free from the restrictions of the previous methods. According to him, he defined post-method teaching or post-method pedagogy as one that sort of reconfigures the relationship between those who theorize, that is, linguists and language experts like Noam Chomsky, for example, or Halliday, for instance, and those who practice, that is, you and I as teachers. You and I as teachers, whether it is in the, the funny thing is that those of us who have entered into teaching directly from having completed our masters and done our PhDs and cleared our net set and joined the degree college. Well, we haven't really, have we received any training, a formal structured training in the teaching of English? Unless, as my good friend said, that he did a diploma in teaching English from CFL or FLU. Unless the teacher himself or herself is motivated to take on an additional training course, right? Many of us, and that includes me, I joined the teaching profession without having done a formal course in how to teach English in a classroom. We were so much into theory and literature and text that we never for a young aspiring teacher without a formal training, once again the method of teaching in English when he walks into the classroom is something that he chooses to do by trial and error. That is the method, the trial and error method, and more often than not, without any training, the method that one approaches, because it is a trial and error method, often fails in so far as our learners are concerned. So Kumara Vedavilu, in fact, was therefore talking about, let me move on to the next. He was suggesting a post-method pedagogy, which, and this is interesting, he says that it is a search for an alternative to method. It is a search for an alternative to a method rather than an alternative method. And the fundamental principle here is that it sort of promotes it, and it encourages complete autonomy to the teacher in the class, based on what he calls principled pragmatism. Principled pragmatism meaning where the teacher sort of walks the middle line or devises his own way of establishing a balance, of balancing between theory and praxis. Each teacher, as I've been repeatedly saying this, that each teacher has a, the context for each teacher in teaching language, in teaching English is different. For a teacher in a rural college is very different from a teacher in an urban college. A teacher in an English medium college is very different from a teacher in, let's say, a multi-medium or a multi-language college. So Kumara Vedavilu, in fact, emphasizes that our classroom-oriented, contextualized practices should decide theory. It should not be top-down. It should not be prescriptive, but it should be constructivist. This new approach, which is post-method, is not prescriptive, but a constructivist approach. It is more. It gives to the teacher more freedom to choose, more freedom to design, more freedom to be eclectic in the choice of his approach. And it actually makes it's sort of based on the common logic of our real-time habit, our real-time practice. As teachers, very often we move from not only from different kinds of English courses. For example, I may begin my day in Hislop College teaching, let's say, the FIB, the first year's compulsory English, then move on to English as a second language, walk into a class of what is called supplementary English, and then take a literature class with a smaller group of students. Now, the method that has to be adopted by the teacher can't be uniform. It can't be homogeneous across or uniform across all these three different courses, because the aim and objective, the learning outcomes of these three language courses are very different. Language and literature courses are very different. So this is what Kumara Vedavilu in fact points out by saying that by promoting what he calls teacher autonomy. What he also suggests is that for him, the post method, there are three distinct features of the post method condition, which you can see in the figure. Particularity. He talks about particularity, practicality, and possibility. These are what he calls the three parameters of a post-method approach. For example, for him, the parameter of particularity, it requires that any language approach, language teaching approach, or language pedagogy must be sensitive, one, to what I just said, to a particular group of teachers teaching, two, a particular group of learners, three, a particular set of goals, learning outcomes of that lesson or learning outcome of that classroom activity or task-based activity, four, a particular institutional context, whether it is rural, urban, English medium or other medium, and finally a particular socio-cultural milieu. So language teaching, therefore, the parameter of particularity draws our attention to the fact that we don't teach language in a vacuum. It's not, it is a combination of so many factors, so many things, so many dimensions and aspects that we bring into local, educational, institutional, and socio-cultural contexts have to be duly considered in what we do in language teaching. Then the parameter of practicality, well, it's sort of, basically what it says is, according to Kumara Vedabelu, it is to enable teachers themselves to theorize from their practice rather than practice what experts and language commentators theorize. So what he says is that a post-method pedagogy should enable teachers themselves to theorize from practice and practice what they theorize. And finally, the parameter of possibility, which basically comes from, which sort of draws its inspiration from the educational philosophy of the Brazilian educational expert Paulo Freire. And Paulo Freire, as we know, that pointed out the close connection. He established the close connection that pedagogy has with power and dominance, and how what we teach, how we teach, and to whom we teach in classrooms are very much connected, are very much embedded in either reinforcing or strengthening social inequalities of caste, class, race, and gender, or it in a positive way. It could actually help the teaching pedagogy that we adopt, according to Paulo Freire, should be a breaker of barriers, should be a breaker of boundaries. Anyway, but the parameter of possibility that Kumara Vedabelu takes from Paulo Freire is basically to underline the fact that that a teaching of English cannot be an isolated activity divorced from considerations of class, race, gender, and ethnicity. And we as teachers need to be sensitive towards what we are doing and how we are doing in our simple, even in our everyday classroom activity. So that brings me to the next question, and that is text the method, therefore? In a post-method age, has the textbook become the method? The earlier reference to Paulo Freire, who talked about the importance of social and intellectual context, should remind us that the history of method and the cult of the new, have had a very strong ideological component. And therefore, these two books, or rather the two questions that you see that I pose for you on the slide, do you agree that methods are ideological artifacts? If so, are teachers who practice them, are we as teachers necessarily aware that what method we adopt and how we teach and what we do in the classroom is not value-free, but is driven by our own, it may be driven by a particular ideology. And if it is, what is that ideology? Are we conscious? And then the second question is equally interesting. Do you agree that course books have in a sense replaced the method concept? That today the entire teaching learning of English in India is no longer method driven, but textbook driven. The text has become the method. The textbook is the method. So what we as teachers are doing, how we teach, what we teach is now completely determined by methods, by textbooks. And these are the two books in the course of my research, I found very interesting. One, as I have already mentioned, Penny Cook, The Cultural Politics of English as an International Language, and the other book is the one. It's a Springer publication, Uncovering Ideology in English Language Teaching. Once again, I may actually draw your interest and recommend these books for your reading. So my position as well, one that I share with many of these writers of language pedagogy, is that what the majority of teachers, you and I, have been doing is now determined by textbooks. The textbook has become the sort of overarching, the one thing that decides all aspects. It controls the content. Textbooks control content. They control not only content, but they also, more importantly, they control and regulate and guide and direct the method and the procedures of learning. So students learn, we teachers teach, and students learn what is presented in the textbook. And it sort of therefore reduces. If textbook has become the method and not the other way around, it reduces English language teaching to a matter of expediency, to a matter of practicality rather than proficiency. And I'd like to quote Kumara Vedugalu himself. And so he says, and I quote, he says, because of the global spread of English language teaching has become a global industry with high economic stakes, and textbook production has become one of the engines that drives the industry. It is hardly surprising that the world market is flooded with textbooks not grounded in the local socio-cultural milieu. And this is the point, that why I say that the textbook has become the method, and it is driven by the ideology of the market capitalism. And most of the texts are Anglophone texts. Most of the textbooks that we follow in English language are ones that are, ones that come from the West. So new methods, to talk about new methods, therefore, friends, is to mean the publication of new textbooks, more textbooks. And may I even say that the Cambridge Publishing House is the one that has been at the forefront of giving us text prescriptive methods. So because new methods fundamentally mean the marketing of new technologies and new so the textbook as a method perfectly reflects this neoliberal market-led, capitalist-driven, globalized world that we now inhabit. Per se, there's nothing wrong. I'm not suggesting that for a minute. I'm not painting textbook publishers, in a bad light. No, but I'm saying that there are some deeper issues here which we need to investigate and which we need to engage and talk openly about it. So finally, okay. Well, one of the things that made me do in preparing this talk was to go through the prefaces to the textbooks that we use in our classrooms. Very interesting. I mean, if you normally we don't read the prefaces or the introduction to these textbooks, but I would actually urge you to read the prefaces, because prefaces are like a manifesto. Prefaces give us an idea of why the writer, makes the writer give us an idea why and what he chooses to put in between the covers. So, if you look at, for example, this one, an Orient Blackswan publication, Business Communication Techniques and Methods, it says, this is what is there in the preface, in the foreword or the preface. It says, it has become imperative for every professional to possess effective communication skills, therefore providing training in soft skills and developing sensitivity towards other cultures and students assumes importance. Unfortunately, in India, this component seldom features in our academic curricula. So this book incorporates nearly all the topics prescribed by the UGC, and it refers to the UGC Curriculum Development Council's recommendations. So two things are interesting, emerge out of this preface or this introduction. One is that to align a language teaching to professional competency, communicative competency or professional competency. Also to align language teaching as part of a bouquet for training students at the undergraduate level and at the postgraduate, that is at the degree level, aligning it with putting it as part of a bouquet or a bouquet of soft skills. And finally, suggesting that the general English textbooks that our students use are actually failing to fulfill the demands of education, the learning outcomes of the country. And then you have the UGC model curriculum. So interesting, therefore, to look at what these prefaces and forwards of textbooks, what writers put them, what do they state their aims to be, how are they aligned, or how different are they, whether they are aligned or whether they have a different position regarding what our policymakers, language policymakers are making in the country. So that actually becomes, a new field of research. A young scholar, for a young participant who may have joined today, it becomes a very interesting research topic, a research area, to look at forewords and introductions and prefaces of textbooks, prescribed across the curriculum, to find out how the language objectives and goals stated in these textbooks, how far they vary or differ or align with the requirements of the policymakers such as UGC or the NEP. So the fundamental question that remains that seems to dog English in India is, do we go for competency or do we go for accuracy? Well, and the conflict, this debate is an unending debate, and it will continue to dog us. But I think the focus, the shift has been more from, in the last 30 years, has been more from accuracy to competency. And that itself suggests, with the kind of so-called methods that have been prevalent in the last 20 years, have been more towards what we call a communicative approach, or what is called a content and language integrated learning, what we call CLIL, CLIL, content and language integrated learning. All right, I think I come to my last part where I'll probably touch briefly on this. So as English teachers, therefore, what are we looking for, especially on the wake of the National Education Policy 2020? Once again, with the rollout of national education policy, vocational education and the role of English has once again come into the spotlight. As now we have had so many webinars on NEP, it is a comprehensive policy which sort of charts out gives us the roadmap for what overall what is the purpose overall of education in the next 25 years. But so far as degree, what it says, what it recommends for degree colleges is that one of the things it says is that it calls for a revamping of vocational education. The policy sort of focuses on bringing vocational education into the mainstream, and employability seems to be one of the main planks of higher education in India. So with this objective in mind, in fact, one of the sub-themes of the document of the NEP 2020 is titled, reimagining the vocational education and skill building. Reimagining the vocational education and skill building. And so the NEP heralds sort of the potentially explosive growth of vocational education in the country, since it requires all educational institutions to integrate vocational education in their program offerings. This is again, it's going to play it's going to transform our ecosystem. What the NEP is recommending, and if we were to follow its recommendation, what it suggests is that the NEP actually provides us with a list of vocational subjects which are to be integrated. They are to be integrated into our degree programs, not even degree programs. In fact, they have to be integrated in all school, right from school curriculum to college curriculum, from class 6 to degree classes. And it actually proposes a host of vocational subjects to be integrated with the curriculum, with history, geography, civics, biology. So for instance, it recommends courses, modules on animation course. It includes finance and banking, even gym and physical education, yoga, marketing and advertisement, catering management, etc., at the degree level. So the point, therefore, is if it's not, of course, this is not for the first time that the focus has been on the vocationalization of English studies. In fact, the growth of the vocationalization of English language teaching in India broadly, and I'll quickly touch on two things. One, it can be broadly divided into two phases. The first phase, which took place in the 1990s, many of our colleges, many, including yours, may have introduced what we call what is still called functional English or communicative English. And then the second phase, which started in 2000 with the introduction of the UGC recommended what we call career-oriented courses, COCs, career-oriented courses in English. These courses, unfortunately, have only met with partial success for various reasons that you see on the slide, but I will not go into it now. But it isn't as if the NEP 2020 was for the first time recommending a skill-based or a skill-centric teaching of English and English teaching and English language learning. In fact, English for specific purposes as a method, as an approach, came into the early 1990s, which again, was whose focus was to make language learners match their language skills and proficiency according to workplace demands. So NEP merely is highlighting or merely is emphasizing the fact that only 10% of the 5 million, nearly 5 million graduates, students who graduate every year out of these 46,000 colleges and universities in India, only 10% of them are found to be employable. Why? Because this is what the corporate says. This is what, for example, an NGO called Aspiring Minds in its report says that there is a huge disconnect between the kind of skills and the kind of knowledge and skills that we are producing or inculcating in our students as they graduate and what the industry demands. So the NEP focuses on trying to plug this gap or this disconnect between education and education, between education for knowledge and between education for knowledge and education for skill or education for vocation. So this scenario, this changing scenario will in the coming years also change the way in which we deliver, we design our language pedagogy. This sort of vocational orientation approach that the NEP recommends will make the teaching of English, will completely again change the teaching approach in the next couple of years. Well, I think I've spoken at length and hopefully I've touched on, thrown some of the issues and the context, some of the challenges, issues and contexts of English language teaching in India. What I would finally end my, this is my talk. I've already exceeded the limit. I've spoken at length for nearly 90 minutes. That adopting a method in English teaching and learning in India doesn't merely mean switching from one method to the next on a trial and error basis. What it does mean, what I would recommend is that it means going not faster, but step by step, or rather less step by step, rather by random access, among other things. English language instructors, teachers might ask, how do we teach, therefore, in this fashion? Well, one way could be for teachers to teach, by integrating more and more technology-based apps and technology-based tools into our pedagogical practices in English classroom teaching. By combining the traditional, chalk and talk method with computer-assisted learning or instruction, teachers can teach specific skill-oriented, task-based and context-based English in a more interactive and intensive way. You see, one thing is clear, friends, and that is something that we all need to remember, is that, pedagogic changes, how we teach, what we teach, and what we will teach in the coming years, these changes are coming from from social media, from online resources, from web tools, and from virtual learning platforms. Not from teachers, not from committees and councils, no. So I think that is something that we need to remember, because, many years back, back in the 1990s, when I was doing a business English course conducted by the British Council of India, I remember the instructor in the very first class told us, a batch of young teachers, he said, either you are with technology, or you are in the way of technology. Either you are with technology or you are in the way of technology. And I always keep this in mind when I, a digital migrant, walk into a classroom full of digital natives. And I think so must you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such a wonderful lecture. I feel mesmerized with your lecture. And really, it was a very lively lecture. Still, if anybody have any kind of query, they can ask.
A query or an observation or a comment, most welcome.
Hello, sir. I am Dr. Rajesh Kumar Sood from Alapalli. Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Sir, you have suggested one book by M.L. Tikku.
Yeah.
Could you please repeat the name of that the book, title of that book?
Yeah, sure. Teaching and Learning English. Teaching and Learning English by M.L. Tikku. It's Orient Longman publication.
Okay. Sir, as per my opinion, your speech is really very wonderful and inspiring. I am also, as I am not a literature teacher, I am language teacher. That's why this language teaching is the core of my area of teaching. And I feel that what you told, I personally feel that as I am a language teacher, it is my moral responsibility to enable my students to speak at least a few sentences. I should say few sentences, because even though I am a teacher from a rural background, Alapalli is at the remote part of Gadchiroli district, but I think the scenario everywhere in India is the same. For the students who comes from non-English background, whose mother tongue is not English, the same is the situation with all the students. So with the learning of this language, these students have been learning this language from their 5th standard as the compulsory subject, but still after the completion of graduation, they are not able to express themselves in simple English language. So what is the use of this? What is the utility of putting this subject as a compulsory subject? So the researchers like you and many of our subject teachers should consider this point, note this point, and do something regarding this. Means just as our textbook teaching is not going to help them, our language teaching is not going to help them to make them enable or competent enough in spoken part. As it's a language, students should learn it first to express themselves, first to express their thoughts. So in this respect, I think that we all the teachers, instead of saying all the teachers, I personally feel that I fail to promote or to do my job in a better way. So I expect some suggestions on your part, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajesh. You see, this is a plight that all of us share. So even though your opinion is a singular opinion, I think it is something that expresses a concern or the dilemma of the English language teacher. And that's what I've been trying to suggest, that, teachers teach and theorists theorize. And most of my argument, the position that I've been trying to elaborate in my talk is that it's time that teachers became policy makers. Teachers, or at least teachers, were invited to take up policy decisions as a collaborative exercise, right? Until that happens, we will continue to follow, continue to be in the same dilemma as we have been. This disconnect between policy, between theory on the one hand and practice on the other, between the learning outcomes so far as grammar, vocabulary, and sentence structures that we teach in students in a general English course, and what the industry. And the minute you see, when a student migrates from books to boardroom, from campus to corporate, immediately there is this disconnect, because our teaching is so text bound. It is so prescriptive and is so text bound. Whereas the student who becomes today's student who becomes tomorrow's employee at the workplace needs to have far more, real life situational skills, where he can use language as it is required, not as it is merely taught. So thank you for that question.
Okay,
thank you for that.
Okay, thank you for your clarification, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sur sir. Thank you, Banerjee sir. It was really a very wonderful lecture, and I hope you will be there with us. The talk was very mesmerizing. Now I would like to call upon the chairman of the session, Dr. Dharmapal Fulzele sir.
Madam,
From his assistant professor from Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar College of Arts, Commerce and Science, more than 40 research papers in various national and international journals and conferences. Sir has guided 6 MPhil and 4 PhD students for research. Sir is working as a member for various committees in Gondwana University. The introduction proves the lines, the only way to do great work is to love what we do. We are what we repeatedly do. I request Dr. Dharmapal Fulzele sir to chair the session and address the participants.
thank you, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, madam. Honorable Sandeep Bhau Gatamwa, the President, Bharat Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Savli. Honorable Rajabal Patil Sangidwar, Secretary of Bharat Shikshan Prasarak Mandal. Respected Principal Dr. A. Chandramouli, Principal Rashtrapita Mahatma Gandhi Arts, Commerce and Science College, Savli. Keynote speaker, Dr. G. Damodar, Vice Chancellor, Chaitanya, deemed to be University, Warangal. Dr. Prantik Banerjee, Professor, Department of English, Hislop College, Nagpur. Dr. Kalyana Chakravarti Tirunagari, Visiting Professor and Life Skills Coach, Teaching Training in Oman, Turkey, Myanmar, Maldives, and India. The organizing team, Mr. Prashant Vasade, Head, Department of English, RMG College, Saudi. Mr. Sanganand Bagade, my friend, Assistant Professor, RMG College, Saudi. Mr. Sandeep Deshmukh, IQC Coordinator, RMG College, Saudi. Dr. Prerna Modak, member of IQC and who is comparing the conference, non-teaching staff of the college, technical team, learned scholar, academicians, teaching fraternity, and student friend. The theme of this technical session is the methods and approaches in English language teaching and learning in the present context. The resource person of this session, respected Dr. Prantik Banerjee, has really delivered the session very effectively. I must congratulate him for pouring a new insight in this area. His presentation was highly scholastic. His use of lucid language during the presentation was quite praiseworthy and noteworthy. While delivering a talk, he spoke about the death of the method in yielding and making language learners career-wise. He talked about the various methods ranging from instructional method to post-method pedagogy. He also talked about 5 myths about method, and he highlighted the speed and innovations are two markers significant in the modern times. He also spoke about vocational training. Dear friends, I quote the few lines of a very famous representative poet of Victorian age, Lord Alfred Tennyson, Ulysses. Come, my friend, it's not too late to seek a newer world, strong in a will, to seek, to strive, to fight, but not to win. So, while achieving the goal in English language teaching and learning, we have to togetherly put the effort to reach at the destination. Several methods of language learning gained the prominence in the 20th century, which are still being followed in the 21st century. However, the 21st century has also thrown up certain exciting perspectives. I wish to state at the outset that we do not promote the efficacy of any one method. I believe that a teacher knows his teaching learning situation best and should use whatever method suits his context. But to be able to do this, we need to be aware of the current trends affecting methods of teaching and learning and the rationale for them. I quote Stern, language educators have sought to solve the problems of language teaching by focusing attention almost on method, unquote. In other words, they have assumed that if a teacher teaches using the right method, learning will automatically take place. Therefore, over the 20th century, researchers have constantly trying to find the best method. However, language learners have not really benefited from these various methods, which we need to take into account. As Dr. Banerjee quoted N.S. Prabhu. So N.S. Prabhu in 1990 proposed that any attempt to find the best method was illogical because the teachers quite reasonably adopted and combined individual method to suit their classroom context and their own personal beliefs. Applied linguists like Fennecook suggested that teachers were frustrated because they could not implement any method fully or consistently because their context would not allow. This search for a best method also maintained an unequal relationship between the academics and researcher and the actual teacher who had to engage with his class. As a result of this sustained criticism, the search for the best method has become less important in the 21st century, and the scholars now are talking about a post-method era. The classroom teacher and his context is given more importance, more significance, and the teacher himself is encouraged to become a theoretician, theorizing from the classroom. So almost all the points Dr. Banerjee has covered in his talk. The few untouched points I would like to highlight here. We have a numbers of methods, the traditional methods like a grammar translation method, direct method, Then Dr. Michael West, the reading method, who focuses on reading skill, and the audiolingual method, the bilingual method, structural approach. This was one of the traditional approach. Then structural oral situational approach. You are all familiar with this approach. Then grammar-based approach. Then now I'm talking about, as Dr. Banerjee postulated, as Dr. Banerjee talked about the communicative language teaching. Communicative language teaching emerged in Europe, in the USA in the 1970s. This has been the dominant paradigm for several years in all different contexts where English is taught. It continues to be the major teaching methodology in the Indian context. Even now, the origin of communicative language teaching, CLT, can be traced to the changing view of language, which veers away from language structure toward the language functions and communications. Thus, the language teaching move away from the individual linguistic structure to teaching people how to use language effectively while communicating. In other words, it moved away. It moved away from linguistic competence to communicative competence. Communicative competence essentially suggests that forming grammatically correct sentence by the learners is not enough. They should be able to use language appropriately in a variety of settings and situations with a different types of interlocutors or speakers. Then I would like to bring your notice to new approach, that is humanistic approach. The humanistic movement in language teaching emerged, as did some of the other approaches from the development which occurred in education and psychology. The basics of humanistic education was developed by the author such as Maslow and Rogers. In terms of acquisition of the L2, that is second language, this approach argued even more strongly against the authoritarian teacher-centered classroom and emphasized the importance of creating environment which minimize anxiety, enhance personal security, and promoted genuine interest through a deeper engagement of learners' whole self. Unlike the communicative approach, which to a large extent remained syllabus-centered, the humanistic approach permitted students to diagnose their own needs and create their syllabus. The key concern of this paradigm shift included factors such as respect for learner as a people, being sensitive to their feelings, and encouraging respect for each other. The affective nature of the learning experiences was emphasized. Respect for the learner's own knowledge and independence, and faith that learners know best how and when to learn. The classroom activities focus on what the learners wish to engage in. This contributed to learner autonomy and critical thinking skills, as well as encourage self-discovery. Responsibility and respect for the need for criticism and corrections. Teachers were regarded as enablers and facilitators who assisted learners in their process of self-discovery rather than instructors that transmit knowledge to the learners. Then another approach, that is Constructivist Paradigm. The National Curriculum Framework 2005 thought about the aim and methodology of teaching learning as a process of construction of knowledge by the child. Every experience of life adds to the previous knowledge that helps to create and develop new ideas. Thus, in the constructivist methodology, the teaching learning environment should be designed to support the learner's knowledge construction process. Wilson, in 1996, defines a constructivist learning environment as a place where learners may work together, support each other as they use a variety of tools and information sources in their in their guided pursuit of learning goals and problem solving activities. He calls it as a learning environment rather than an instruction environment, because in constructivist setting learning rather than teaching is emphasized. As you all are aware about the fact that Dr. Banerjee has effectively talked about the post-method era, where he mentioned the name of Kumar Veduvelu. Yes, for over a century, language educators sought to solve the problems of language by focusing attention almost exclusively on method. Traditionally, it was believed that if we follow the right set of teaching principles, it would lead to the most effective learning outcomes. However, this thinking has been problematized or questioned in the recent times, as we have witnessed the rise and fall of several methods throughout the recent history of language learning teaching. Hence, now there is a disillusionment with the methods as a problem solver for teaching learning problems. In this post-methods era, attention has been shifted from method to pedagogy, that is, to the teaching learning process and the contribution of the teacher to this process. Yes, contribution of the teachers to this process. As Dr. Banerjee has mentioned the name of Kumar Veduvelu, where Kumar Veduvelu in his book talks about the three principles, that is particularity. Particularity means what? Teachers have to take into account the social, linguistic, and cultural background of their learning. Then another principle, that is practicality. The teachers are encouraged to theorize from their own practices from their classroom and put into practice their own theories. This gives them autonomy and self-respect. And the last principle, that is possibility. The socio-political consciousness of learners is addressed in the classroom as a catalyst for identity formation and social transformation. In a nutshell, at last, I would like to say that it is impossible to arrive at the perfect approach or technique for language learning in Indian context. Language learning is such a complex process that it is impossible to offer a single solution to all our problems. Perhaps the best method is the one which works. This varies from context to context. Any method which creates conditions for learning to take place is good. It should enable the learner to acquire the strategies for learning rather than merely equipping him with the knowledge. What is important for the teacher, therefore, is to find out what approach and what method will enable him to realize a particular objective under a set of particular circumstances. I really thankful to organizer, especially Dr. Chandramouli sir, the principal of the college. I extend my deep sense of gratitude towards him for inviting me as a chairman to chair this session. And I also congratulate the organizing team for organizing such a wonderful e-national conference. I really appreciate the efforts of the organizer, and I also thank to all the participants of the conference for patiently listening me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for chairing this session, and thank you for your aspiring words. Now I request Dr. Mr. Sanghanand Bagde sir for vote of thanks. And I hand over the session to Mr. Sanghanand Bagde sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Respected and our most distinguished guest of this technical session, respected chairperson of this session, respected Principal Dr. A. Chandramouli sir, honorable professors and dear participants. Teaching English as a second language or foreign language is not an easy task, and when it comes to rural area, it becomes more difficult. Here, I would like to express my profound gratitude to our chief guest and distinguished speaker, Dr. Pratik Banerjee sir, Associate Professor, Department of English, Hislop College, Nagpur. He has explained that different methods and approaches of language teaching are evolved in different contexts. Sir, we always love to hear you on various topics of English language and literature. Sir, last time I had witnessed one of your talk when you were delivering a lecture at a refresher course organized by Rani Durgavati Vishwavidyalaya, Jabalpur. There you delivered your talk on techno-romanticism and cyber culture. So it was very interesting lecture, sir. Thank you for delivering this delivering this address. Thank you very much, sir. Again, I would like to thank the chairperson of this technical session, Dr. Dharmapal Fuljale, Assistant Professor, Dr. Ambedkar College of Arts, Commerce and Science, Brahmapuri. Sir, you were always a source of inspiration for us. Even when we were enjoying our hostel life at University Boys Hostel, Nagpur University, you were a source of inspiration for us when we were preparing for NET-SET examinations. Thank you, sir, for being part of this conference. Now, I would like to hand over this session to Dr. Prerna, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I welcome you all once again in the last session of this day, one-day national e-conference on English language teaching and learning in the present context, issues, practices, and challenges. I would like to admit my thought, a good event never ends in the world. They take only a pause and keep us awaiting for the next. It's my privilege to welcome and introduce the chief guest of today's valedictory function, Dr. Chakravarti sir. Sir has professional, international, and multi-skilled experience of over 2 decades in teaching, training, research, and publication in fields of ELT and soft skill, and multicultural exposure in Oman, Myanmar, Turkey, Maldives, and India. Sir teaches and trains individuals in English language, business communication, and life skills. Sir have 2 international books to his credit. One is ELT in Oman and India, experiments in EFL, ESL, ESP, and CALL, Lab, Germany, 2017. And the another book is Soft Skills for Managers, Bestrantra Publications, India, 2011. He is the founder of Knowledge, Attitude, and Skill Services, KASS, Hyderabad. He also received an award for Trainers of the Year 2018 by Evolve Excellence India. I request you, sir, to address the participants. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, madam, for the generous introduction. And it's already 1:15. I think I don't know how much time is given to me because I was looking at the agenda. Kindly declare the time, madam, so that I can adjust my session as per your requirement.
Sir, you can continue. Sir, are you audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can proceed up to 1 foot.
30 minutes.
Yes, 30 minutes, sir.
I have prepared a long session actually. I don't know.
Yes, sir. If you want, you can continue to.
No. I don't want to stand between the lunch hour and you people, because when people are hungry, they get angry also. That's okay. So, Honorable Chairman and Secretary of Rashtrapita Mahatma Gandhi Arts, Commerce and Science College, Sauli, District Chandrapur, Maharashtra. Dear Principal Sir, Chandramouli Sir, and all the organizing committee of this wonderful webinar. I have been listening to all the speakers, right from my Guruji, keynote speaker, Professor G. Damodar Garu, Vice Chancellor, Chaitanya deemed to be University Warangal, who has been my guru ever since my MPhil and PhD days. After that, several speakers and my previous speakers also have touched upon so many important issues, and I appreciate the organizers and conceptualizers who have thought of this very topic, e-conference on ELT and learning in the present context, issues, challenges I can see, possibly solutions we can uh, infer at the end of the session. That's what will be the outcome. So straight away, I'm going to my presentation. Can I share my PPT, please? Technical team, is there anybody can allow me to share?
Yes, sir, you can.
Yes, Sandeep ji, thank you so much.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it is being recorded, right?
Yes, sir.
Because for our future reference, we would like to have a look at these presentations later. Because as a presenter, you lose the chance of listening to the talk, right? So
Yes,
that's
sir.
the thing. Yeah. Is it visible to everybody?
Yes, sir.
Right. So straight away going into the major focus of the theme of this conference, ELT and learning in the present context, issues, practices and challenges. So when we talk about issues, practices and challenges, automatically we will dive into solutions also. So that's a very good beginning of your team, sir. I think post-pandemic era, when people are thinking of doing certain things, we have started. So appreciate Principal Sir and all the Department of English for thinking of this theme, identifying us as speakers. Here we go. Yeah, so I have a very short agenda as per your schedule. So the objectives of my session are to list out issues and challenges in ELTL, English Language Teaching and Learning, and to discuss need-based curriculum, to distinguish between existing and expected skills, to sensitize about global standards and market, Indian versus foreign degrees, to equip the learners with adequate skills, to set a roadmap of ELT, to integrate life skills education with ELT for higher educational institutions. So this is the brief agenda I have. Let's see how much time permits and how much we will be able to catch up. I'll try my level best to deliver the goods. And if you have any questions, audience, kindly raise your hand, and organizers may kindly allow them to raise some questions, because seminars and webinars are supposed to raise some intellectual questions and provide solutions to some burning problems. That will be the main agenda of any webinar or seminar. So what I suggest is either type into the chat window or just raise your hand. Organizers will take care of it. So I request somebody to frequently look into the chat window and let me know if any questions are coming up. Okay, organizing team, is it heard?
Okay, sir.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes,
And
sir, you are.
is it visible, my PPT?
Yeah, but it's not moving, sir. We are stuck to the first one only.
Yes, I am in the first one, ma'am.
Okay.
Is it moving now?
No, not
Now?
yet.
Now?
Not, no.
Then that is your technical issue, ma'am. But my slide is moving from here. Can you see the first slide?
Yes, sir.
Vivekananda's quotation here. Hello.
Sir, only first slide is there. So go for slideshow.
Yeah, I did, ma'am. I did.
Okay, but
Okay, I'll share it again once again.
okay, okay.
I think some technical glitch will be there sometimes. So is it visible now, madam?
Sir, it's visible.
The first quotation on my slide?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So I would like to begin my presentation with a quotation. I quote Swami Vivekananda. The brain and muscles must develop simultaneously. Iron nerves with an intelligent brain and the whole world is at your feet. Unquote. Swami Vivekananda. Now, how do you make your mind strong? Because we are talking about various issues and we want to make several changes. May it be in terms of methods, may it be in terms of curriculum, may it be in terms of syllabi or materials or testing, so many issues. So how do we make mind strong? And is it relevant to our ELT and learning too? This quotation I mean. That's a question I have in mind. Then let's proceed. I quote Socrates here. Smart people learn from everything and everyone. Average people from their experiences. Stupid people already have all the answers. Quote unquote Socrates. So these philosophers and these eminent scholars have been saying so many things about our decision making, our mindset, our so many things behind every policy, every method, every material, every course design. I think mind is working. That's why they are talking about mindset here. Now, these are the burning issues which I collected for you people. And all the language teachers, faculty, administrators, research scholars, and students. I request you to focus on these issues which I am going to talk uh, right now. Am I audible, sir, madam?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, is the slide visible? Burning issues? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So wherever if faculty or research scholars get any doubt, kindly raise an issue because these are very, very important topics which we are discussing and we have collected a lot of information for you. I hope the information will be utilized by you. Now, number one, domain-based English syllabi, as all of you know, various kinds of syllabus, I mean. Yeah. Then ESL, EAP and ESP courses. English as a second language, English for academic purposes, and English for specific purposes. These three areas must be focused now. ESL is already there in Indian context, but abroad, maybe in some countries, it is EFL context. But EAP has some prominence because English for academic purposes. Then ESP is booming. Even our previous speakers were also talking about ESP courses like business communication and all. So here we come to the point where equal importance to LSRW skills. Intentionally, I kept two letters in red color, LSRW skills, because as language teachers or any faculty for that matter, we know that we are very good at imparting reading and writing skills to our students. Most of the subjects, not only English, the overall focus will be improving reading and writing skills. But How about listening and speaking skills? And at every syllabus, at every course, across the curriculum, if you observe carefully, we are focusing more on reading and writing, not listening and speaking. There may be little bit of focus, but not specifically. It is not equal. I mean, then we come to rural and urban learners. And what about their upliftment? Upliftment to rural. Urban is anyway uplifted and they are developed, improved. But what about the disadvantaged? English for the disadvantaged. There was a famous article and a book also. I don't remember the author, the writer, but English for the disadvantaged. Okay, so rural India needs special focus, and these learners are waiting to get more, maybe from faculty or maybe from other sources. Of course, internet sometimes available, and online teaching, online courses are being offered extensively nowadays. But still, there is some disadvantage in rural areas. Then we come to language and literature divide. Because I have visited some countries in my small little experience of 25 years now, I had an opportunity to visit London, Paris, Luxembourg, uh, Brussels, then Switzerland, and wherever I went, wherever I worked, I have been interacting with British, American, Australian, and Canadian native speakers, and they always wonder why a language teacher is also studying literature. They always ask me, particularly in India, because as all of you know, language and literature divide is always there. It is felt. If it is not said, it is felt always. Because we study British English literature, American literature, poetry, prose, grammar, drama, then phonetics, linguistics, and ELT. You know, literature is a very wide ocean. And so many types of authors, so many genres, so many forms of literature, so many figures of speech, so many things are there in literature. That is very valuable, of course. We regard literature. But when it comes to phonetics, which is scientific subject in language teaching, I mean pronunciation, then linguistics, the study of languages, then ELT, teaching methods. I think there some bifurcation is required. Now let us compare with Oxford, Harvard, or Cambridge. You take any world famous institution where this English courses are offered. And now that this NEP 2020 has come and there is it's a bit liberal policy. We have been talking about the policy for the last 2 years now, but exactly we are at the implementation stage now. Challenges of implementation. I think I request principal sir and organizing committee, if you are planning to organize one more webinar, the theme must be relevant to NEP 2020 also.
Okay, definitely.
Because as all of you know, sir, the policy, draft policy was released in 19, then 20 parliament has approved. But now
Yes.
21, 22, there was some pandemic situation, not much work has been done. But I've been doing these online sessions and offline also. Recently, we have done near Nanded, Naigaon Degree College. My friend, Dr. Haribabu sir is the principal there. And he organized, looking at the future demands, we focused on implementation challenges, not the theory part. So all the faculty members and principal were present throughout the day, and it was physical seminar, face to face. I had been there for total day. We have deliberated on the important issues of NEP as to how do we implement these things. So with my small little exposure to international community, international syllabi, and international experts, where I have attended their workshops also. Okay, so I'm thinking of these things, and if any university, college is ready to organize such things, we are there to help you, sir, support you. So I'm just mentioning here because in this August gathering, all over India, maybe abroad, some people are sitting. So I'm just mentioning this because it's an intellectual forum. So let us compare because this is Department of English and we are talking about ELT, just take MA English courses at Oxford, Harvard, and any international level of university and compare our university syllabi, because the global demand is there now. So at this juncture, if all the administrators, principals, head of the departments, research scholars and faculty members sit together and do something, that will be a great benefit for our future generations. Then the second aspect in burning issues in ELT and learning, to my mind, are mentioned here under industry-based curriculum, vocationalization of English. Previously also speakers, madam, some technical glitch. Recording start or stop? Something it is saying. Sir,
You can go ahead, sir.
Okay, right.
Sir, yes,
So
please.
industry-based curriculum, even previously also speakers touched upon vocationalization of English, that has been there. But how much is it industry-based? Because we teach MBAs, we teach engineers, we teach scientists, we teach faculty. So I travel across India, online also, maybe abroad also. But wherever we see that sectoral focus, sectoral aligned, there are hundreds of sectors like tourism, law, management, sciences, arts, fine arts, so many uh, departments are there, sectors are there. Looking at the industry, if we can somehow categorize the syllabi with reference to our ELT and learning, for example, English for tourism, English for law, English for management, English for science. If it can be categorized like this, I think it will be a very great service for future generations. I'm not sure whether it is fully done in the existing curricula of any university. It can be Usmania, Kakatiya, Central University, EFLU, wherever it is possible. Some institutes may be doing, but to what extent is it done? I would like to interact further on this. If any research scholar or administrator or any senior faculty or anybody who is interested, if they want to work on this curriculum design or interdisciplinary courses as per NEP 2020, if anybody is working or would like to work on that, certainly contact us, because we are doing a lot in that. We want to do it, and that will benefit our future learners also. These are the issues actually. Then, integrating skills with curriculum. After mapping the courses as per the industry demands, or for each industry, if one course is categorized or designed, developed, then comes interdisciplinary courses. After that, integrating skills with curriculum. As all of you know, there are many skills, not only LSRW. Beyond that also there are skills like soft skills and life skills. And this is a time to amalgamate, link up these skills by systematically, scientifically, structurally integrating these skills into curriculum. Even language curriculum, because most of the language teachers, English teachers, they teach communication skills, which is one of the soft skills, and even life skills also it is included. So presently, I am involved in guiding 2 PhD theses. My research scholars are working on this very specific topic called integrating skills with curriculum. I'll share more about it when any webinar or workshop happens on research or curriculum design, course design. We never know in future, any university or any college, those who are listening to me. At that time, I'll present more, talk about that later, but let us continue. Then comes online courses and validation. In red color, I have kept it there because thanks to pandemic, so many online courses, suddenly all online platforms became active, and suddenly all faculty members, teachers, school teachers, primary teachers, administrators, everybody was trying to catch up with Zoom platforms or MS Teams, WebEx. All these tools have become popular and people were struggling to use it. Sometimes technical issues, power issues, internet issues, fluctuations, and rural students couldn't get much because some towers may not be working in that area, or maybe they do not have gadgets to use this. So many things happened, but still we continued. But validation of online courses is an issue. And here I got a reference to my Guruji, Professor Damodar Garu. Between 2000 and 2004, Sir has guided a PhD, which I was doing on CAL, Computer Assisted Language Learning. And in those days, 22 years ago, I think Sir was the pioneer in India to think about this, because by that time he had already visited Sweden, Denmark, all those places, US and all. And he said, let us do something for future. And what we are seeing today, actually we thought of it, we proposed. And the Swayam portal which you are seeing now, actually a replica of that. I can't say replica because it is not exactly same. Swayam is different, but we gave a structure, skeleton of a repository of knowledge, which is there. Even if anybody looks at the thesis submitted in those years, it is there in the library of Calcutta University also. Some of my friends know, and thanks to Professor Damodar sir, he has thought of this, and I have worked, and we proposed an online course in those days. But many people were apprehensive as to how do you implement this? Where is the internet? How many people are using this computer? Famous universities in Hyderabad and other places also, they said, I met so many professors, HODs, and research scholars. They said, no, sir, in India it may not be possible. But anyway, we started that. Then in Middle East, I presented all those papers, and we are glad that what we proposed in those days, 20 years ago, 22 years ago, is happening in full fledged. Now also we are on online mode. But when it comes to validation, still UGC or other agencies may be apprehensive, because this blended learning is popular now. Some theory and some online practice, but still the validation of these courses is an issue. Then the third aspect of burning issues in ELT and learning is here: international focus. ELT or literature? That's a perennial divide we have, I think. In the market, if you broadly observe, which is more dominating, ELT or literature? Literature is great. So many writers and very high standard of language, expressions, similes, metaphors, that gives that presents a realm of language and so many things, images and all. Literature is wonderful. But in the market, what is selling? What is very practical? ELT, right? Because we see spoken English institutes, communication skills are required, that buzzwords are there already. So ELT specialists are more in demand than literature. That is not to deny the importance of literature, but there has to be some divide. In my small little experience, I have seen in the Maldives in 1998, when I had an opportunity to go there, the interview committee asked me, what's your qualifications, sir? By then I was an MA, then MPhil I was doing in those days, 98, yeah, 95, my MPhil was awarded already under Damodar sir only, Calcutta University. So with ELT, MPhil and MA English, that literature, language, phonetics, linguistics, all I studied and went there. Then the interviewer asked, have you done a diploma or bachelor's in education, sir? That was the question. Come on, MA, look at the MA syllabus. We studied British English, literature, American literature, poetry, prose, drama, phonetics, linguistics, ELT, what not, which is beyond the syllabi of any university in the world, which Indian students are studying, any MA English student for that matter, irrespective of the university. We have studied more. But they said, no, sir, we want specific studies like B.Ed English. It was not exist. In 98, 99, kindly inform me if any university was offering B.Ed English. I don't know at that time. Maybe there, here and there. And CFL was offering that PG diploma, PG DELT, DELT. But they were asking for B.Ed or a diploma. That was more important. And in Oman, 99, I faced another scenario where international recruitments were going on. They said, MA English what? You did MA English, sir. Yes. But what specifically? Is it ELT, MA ELT, MA ESP, MA EAP, MA ESL, EFL? Do we have such specific courses? Even today, Exceptionally, some few, very few universities or institutions may offer that, but still there is a great deal of work remaining, sir. So other international recruitments I have seen. So there is a serious issue here. Indian degrees versus foreign degrees. How many Indian university degrees or Indian degrees are recognized worldwide? Comparing to US, UK, Australian, whatever. Let us compare. Let's call spade a spade. Compare the contents, compare the methods, compare the evaluation criteria, everything. In what way Indian degrees are less? I think that's where we should begin working. Then, we will simply understand why a foreign degree is more valid even in India than an Indian degree in abroad. Even in third world countries, how many university degrees are appreciated? They value. They say India is a great country and you study a lot. You are coming from that country. We appreciate your culture. All that is fine. But the degrees are not need based, industry based, sectoral based, domain based. This is what first hand information I am sharing with you. Okay. Then global market trends. Look at IELTS market, CELTA market, and TESOL market. I call it market because some policy which makes IELTS compulsory for any job seeker abroad or any student who is going abroad to study some course somewhere in any country out of India. IELTS is made compulsory or TOEFL is made compulsory. And if you go for a teaching job, CELTA or TESOL, diploma or certificate is also will do. And look at CELTA or TESOL, these are 120-hour courses. It means 30 days courses. And some practice teaching will be there, some methods, they cover everything. That's a wonderful, rigorous course. I appreciate. And Cambridge assessment and tutors come Cambridge trained. That's all. Standard is fine, wonderful course. But again, looking at our MA syllabus, look at ELT paper. How many hours? How many credits? Then what all we study in that? How much practical and how much theory? And compare it to TESOL or CELTA. That is 120 hours only. And this is maybe one semester. So what is happening? Is there any committee or any intellectual or in Niti Aayog or UGC who can talk about these things and at least make Indian English degree, because we are English department, English faculty, which can be equivalent or as good as CELTA or TESOL or MA TESOL, something like that, comparing to UK, US or somewhere. That standardization, that international recognition, that policy making in that area, I don't know whether anybody is working. In this August gathering of intellectuals, I would like to propose that it is high time that we had recognition for Indian English language, the standard, and Indian English degrees, and other degrees also. At least we are equivalent or more than or whatever. That scale, that declaration has not come so far. If it is there anywhere, kindly let me know. Educate me. I have seen it personally. It is not happening. Okay. Then compulsion of IELTS for faculty teachers. Now come on, 200 years of British rule almost in India and so many other colonized countries. Can't we say that British colonies, including India, these people must be exempted from IELTS or TOEFL or something? Because language wise also we are very much familiar. Even ordinary jobs, people not much educated also can understand English in India, can speak also, whether spoken or broken English. They understand. And it is ESL, not EFL anymore. And some people say it is one of the Indian languages now. Many educated elite circles, they speak only English. So how long it will be said that, okay, Indians, you also must take IELTS. You should have CELTA. You should have TESOL. Come on, look at the background of the country, the culture, the language efficiency, and the courses that we study. In this area, in this particular area, that recognition, validation, standardization, international recognition is not happening for English and English courses and our universities, UGC and Planning Commission must do something about it. This is my proposal, but I don't know whether it is possible or not. Then orientation of students and faculty towards the above. Based on all these points which I have been talking about, is there an orientation of students and faculty toward these things? In any trainings or somewhere, are we preparing or are we sensitizing them to keep in mind these things and try to achieve those standards, global standards? Is it happening anywhere? Kindly let me know. I will be more interested in knowing such things. Somewhere I heard about politics of ELT or policies behind each policy, where language is made compulsory or this IELTS is made compulsory, CELTA is made compulsory for anybody, for whatever experience you have, whatever you have background, irrespective of that, these are made compulsory. So some research scholars in abroad where I met, they said there are academic politics. There are policies made in such a way that certain country people must go through it. That's why I call it global market trends of ELT and all this. Yeah, if here anybody wants to put forth any query or raise any issue, I'll stop for a while, 2 minutes, or I'll continue because these are burning issues. And this is the crux of our talk, because your theme itself is issues and challenges. Then solutions come. Anybody? Sir, madam? 2 minutes question, then I'll continue. Because strike the iron when it is hot. Anyone please? Am I audible? Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah. Anybody please?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah. Any questions here? Anyone? Let's make it interactive a little bit. Otherwise it becomes monotonous. A resultative pause is given for 2 minutes. I would like to hear from any faculty or administrator, anybody. So many issues are raised here. So since it's a seminar, let's have some interaction. Anyone please?
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
This is Anita Saha, Dr. Anita Saha from Digvijay College, Rajnandgaon, Chhattisgarh.
Chhattisgarh, yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Sir, this is the first time that I'm been listening to such things like language, ELT and literature all are different, and that only in India we have such courses and not abroad, that they have specific courses. Yes, really, sir, in a graduate level, we may be offering such diverse courses, but you are right. I think I was just pondering that you said rightly that in PG courses at least we should be specific about the subjects. So, sir, if not that, because we are bound under the university, we cannot make so many changes in our, so much of changes in our syllabi. So, sir, can we offer any vocational course like IELTS that you were discussing about CELTA and all?
Yes.
So, can we design such course like that for our students?
Yeah. Thanks to NEP. Thanks for the question, ma'am, for
thank you, sir.
Raising up to the occasion, because I was wondering whether anybody is going to ask questions. Because once we ask questions, the brain work started, right? The planning is going on, or somebody is interested in that, and that gives extra energy to the speakers also. So rightly said, changes are required and work is going on, and Niti Aayog Planning Commission is continuously thinking about it. UGC is also thinking about it. Some planning is going on, and we are very good at planning things, madam. We make documents, we make policies, we talk about it, but when it comes to implementation stage, I'm not very satisfied, because I travel across India and abroad also. I interact with people. I'm seeing very less practical things are done. Theoretically, we talk. Even in presentation seminars, we are talking so many things. But honestly, when I am also trying to do practically, some hindrances will be there. Like syllabus design. How long, ma'am? 180 years, 200 years of British rule in India. So the language has gone into the blood and bones of Indians. English, one of the Indian languages, as I feel, because wherever I go, I never had a language problem. Everybody is talking English in India. And when Indians go abroad, why this is made compulsory? Again, IELTS do you have, CELTA you have, this you have, that you have. Come on, my dear, you stand in the classroom, I stand in the classroom, let us teach and let the student decide. Can we do justice or not? We can. But at policy level, at national level, international level, why that standardization, validation is not established so far? That's what I'm asking in this August gathering. That's what I wanted to raise the consciousness of everybody, as Anita ma'am also raised, correct. We can design, we have designs, we have needs identified, we have materials, we have researchers. But again, when implementation comes, I think BOS approvals, academic council approval, VC approval, then UGC approval, then how many years are passing by? Then who is the sufferer? End user is the sufferer. When our students go abroad or within India itself, so many different courses, so many different universities. There is no unified curriculum or syllabi, right? And need based, we have been talking, but where is the need based? Tell me. Suppose a student wants to go for tourism industry. Are we able to prepare that student fully prepared to face tourism industry challenges with reference to English language? No. Maybe some guide course somewhere, certificate course somewhere. Or a lawyer, before going to take up law profession, they need some particular kind of language register and some type of vocabulary, some particular type of things. Are we able to prepare these law students, undergraduates in that particular genre, ESP? Business communication, I have been teaching also, apart from this general English. So I can say something is happening at management level, but how much? How much practical, how much theory? So these issues have to be taken up. All of us have to sit somewhere, find a common platform, face to face. Thanks to now Omicron is gone now, so we are little bit open now. So individual universities, institutions must sit together, department level discussions, then interdepartmental discussions, then university level discussions should happen, and less discussions, more practical should happen. That's what I can say here. Yeah. Anybody? Shall we proceed?
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Welcome, ma'am. My pleasure. Yes. Is it visible? My presentation here? Sarji, Madam Ji. Visible? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, you are video.
So, I request all of you to keep these things in mind. Later on, we can interact further. I'll just cover my thing, then we'll go for questions if there are. So, this is the digital era. I was just looking at this, how fast this digital medium is moving in our country. Somebody compared in 2013 something was happening right side, and 2020 something was happening. Just to look at YouTube. In 2013, only 72 hours of new video was being uploaded to YouTube. Now in 2020, 500 hours of video users are uploading, and this is per minute, sir, globally. That is a survey done. Amazing. Where is 72 hours of video content and where is 500 hours of video content? So 2.4 billion people were using all these apps in 2013, and now it's unimaginable. And WhatsApp, look at WhatsApp. When did it start? How many users were there in 13? It's already written somewhere. Yeah, WhatsApp. 3,47,222 photos were being shared on WhatsApp in 2013. Now look at the left side of the screen. Huge number now. Some millions. These many users. Now my question is, okay, this data, these findings are okay. Look at the questions below. Are we losing ourselves in the speed of digital technology? That is question number one. Then two, is there enough time to think of ourselves and other human beings? Because
Excuse me, sir.
Sir.
So your slide is not visible.
Oh, I shared it, sir, just now.
Yes.
Okay, I'll share it again.
Yes.
I think some technical glitch, sir. I'm sharing, but it's not visible. Now, sir, is it okay now?
Okay, sir. It's okay, sir. It's okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. So this is a comparison. So where is that human element? See, I worked on Cal, and technology is our favorite. We all are comfortable with using now. But what about artificial intelligence, virtual reality? So many holograms, so many things are coming. But where is the human being now? And at this speed, per minute, in 60 seconds, if these many things are happening, because look at Amazon, just in the picture, somewhere I mentioned, now per minute, Amazon is shipping 6,659 packages per minute, sir, globally. Imagine that speed of ordering and delivering is happening online. So at that speed, are we also human beings also running, or just like that it is happening? And there is an interesting YouTube video. Kindly look at it. Social media addiction. Somewhere I have watched it. I would have played it, but it will take long time. So later. But I'm just suggesting, sir. Kindly look at social media addiction. There is a video, YouTube video. One American is talking about it. Okay, let's proceed. Yeah, is the slide visible? Issues continued. Teacher education. Now we come to another important aspect, teacher education. Are the existing faculty trained enough in the usage of digital media or tools? It's another interesting study. If somebody does a survey, we will be surprised that very low percentage of faculty teachers are well equipped with these digital media tools. It's not just WhatsApp, Facebook, sir. There are so many other tools. Recently, I have undergone GC, Google Certified Educator course level 1 I have completed, and I am glad to say level 2 also I am doing. In spite of doing, I still felt the need to upgrade my existing digital tools. Applications, I mean, it is a very practical course. So training for updating practically as per the above needs, GCE certification. I think every faculty, every teacher, uh, it is better if you expose yourself to this course. Then, faculty recruitment scenario. Quality and experience of the candidates must be first criteria. But I am not going into details what is the criteria and who laid this criteria, how it is going on. I mean, university appointments and college appointment. What I feel is the quality of the teaching and the experience of the person comes foremost before all other criteria. If that is done, I think some more quality faculty members will be inducted into university teaching or college teaching, school teaching system. The criteria has to be little bit revised, I think. Then, research and publications, national and global ratings and faculty contribution. What is happening? What is the contribution of faculty members in terms of research and publication? Because administrators say, sir, we need publications and research. And teachers say, sir, where is the time to do research and publish? And it is a dilemma. The administration, UGC, everybody wants publications, but where is the time for the teachers for doing research? Guidance is different, but writing a paper, getting the review, and publishing it in a very well rated journal is not an easy task. 3 months review time, 6 months review time is taken once you submit any good research paper to Scopus, Emerald, and all that. Or nowadays it's a fashion. Do you have Scopus publication or at least one publication in UGC unlisted care journals list, or at least one paper in ABDC, Australian Business Deans Council enlisted journals, or Web of Sciences? See where the standards are going and where are we. This is what has to be practically thought of. So one physical workshop anywhere in India, as far as time permits, I request in this August gathering, it is high time that we had that. One workshop on curriculum and syllabus design, one on integrating skills into curriculum, another on research and publication. If these things can be done, that will be very useful. The need-based evaluation, assessment, testing is another issue. Now look at our scenario, examination system or the existing assessment testing system. Again, testing all skills equally, is it happening? Again, LS, I kept it red color intentionally. Is it visible, madam, sir, on the screen? LSRW at the bottom.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is visible, sir.
So that is red color because still listening
Yeah,
and
yeah.
is not given that prominence, sir. Reading, writing, we are fully testing. No doubt about it. 100 out of 100 also we
Yes.
can get. But at the cost of listening and speaking. What happens, our students after UG or PG, if they want to go for any foreign university to study or for a job, IELTS is made compulsory, na? TOEFL is made compulsory. What happens? They test listening, speaking, and reading, writing. All the 4 skills they test. 15,000 rupees is the fees if you want to appear for IELTS. Coaching fee is different. People practice for 2 months, 3 months, then appear for IELTS, which could have been done during the school, intermediate, or vocational education or graduation PG. That could have been integrated into curriculum in syllabus, like other countries are doing. I was teaching in the Middle East. The entire syllabus of English is so designed that English for business, English for technology, English for agriculture, and the question paper is in IELTS model. The teaching methods are in line with that. So what is happening? By the time student is passing out, he is very clear about IELTS. Simply he can go and appear, he or she, and they can get through. When it comes to Indian students, we are not orienting them. Why? Because policies are like that. Syllabus is like this. Curriculum is like this. And teachers also, whatever syllabus is given, whatever criteria is given, they will follow that. Policy matter now. And one single person cannot change it. The system has to be different. And now it is high time. If you want to compete globally, then we have to make these changes. IELTS preparation can be part of syllabus. And listening, speaking equally should be taught, right from school, college, and PG level also. So these are some possible things we can do. This is Common European Framework of Reference, CEFR. I don't know whether people must have studied here and there, but they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 levels. And A is not top level. This is bottom up approach actually. A1 is for beginners, A2 pre-intermediate, B1 intermediate level. Not our Akravi Barvi, not that intermediate. Okay, intermediate is level of proficiency. Then B2 upper intermediate, C1 advanced level, C2 proficiency level. I think native speakers will be between C1 and C2. But in international recruitment, this is a test done. Are we preparing our students to face such scenarios? Even faculty, those who are willing to go abroad and try their luck, do we have this in our already orientation is not there. So in 2001, the Common European Framework of References for Languages was published after many years of research. This framework, also called CEFR for short, describes what language users who have acquired a new language can do and how well and efficiently they do so. These CEFR levels indicate the various levels of language proficiency of users of a language. And with this scale, if we try to improve the proficiency levels, TOEFL and IELTS will be very easy for our students, even for faculty or any profession. That's what is my proposal, but let us see. Practical is entirely different from theory. Now this is the scale actually, A1, A2, B1, B2, C1, C2. We'll discuss at length if another opportunity comes. I'm just skipping, I'm just showing it. Again, understanding, speaking, writing, listening, reading, spoken interaction, spoken production, writing. See, in spoken 2 divisions are there, spoken interaction, spoken production, then writing. So these particular things are there in language. Okay, this is different stuff now because skill development and integration into ELT, that's a very big topic. Another webinar is required for that. So I'm just skipping, sir. Integration of skills into curriculum, that's the focus here. Chandramoli sir and all the dignitaries who are available. This topic is separate. We'll think about it later on. I'm just skipping because UNESCO, UNDP, UNO Sustainable Development Goal 4 talks about quality education. World Health Organization talks about skill development. But how many are integrated? We don't know. And we have TechIP, Deen Dayal Upadhyay Kaushal Yojana, Prime Minister Kaushal Vikas Yojana. So many yojanas are there. I mean, planning is there. Implementation, we have to see. Now, glad to see that ICFI, like people, they have given importance to skill development. I was part of it from 2004, so I can vouch. Some institutions are doing in private sector, but public sector also it can be done. FDPs, workshop. This is the expected skill set actually, which is appearing bottom right. Minimum graduate should have these skills, sir, apart from language skills, because communication covers that language skill, but it is much more than language skills. Communication means verbal, non-verbal, na. So that's the big gamut. Then collaboration, adaptability, critical thinking, problem solving, creativity, innovation, civic and cultural awareness. All these must be integrated in some course somewhere across the curriculum. And big job for faculty and administrators. People may think, sir is increasing our work, already a lot of work is there, sir is suggesting so many things. But this has to be done for our future betterment. Then these are the top 10 skills suggested in 2020. But already it is 22. But 2 years we lost to pandemic. So we can still think that these are still important. All these skills, complex problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, cognitive flexibility. But look at the questions below. Whenever I look at these things, these questions come into my mind. Research questions. How many PG, UG students are equipped with some of the above skills? As faculty members, administrators, research scholars, you can tell me. How many undergraduate or postgraduate students already have this? They don't have because it is not properly integrated into curriculum or syllabus. Somewhere it has to be taught, na? Or they will read books and they think they have. Theory they have, no doubt about it. Practically, they don't. Are they integrated into the existing courses? Again, that question. Are they assessed periodically? Are we assessing these skills somewhere as part of our testing evaluation? No. If it is done, tell me. I will talk about that also. So and so college institution is doing this. Proudly I can say. International forum also I can say. Yes, in India, some college, some university is doing this. Send me such information. My email ID is here. And Chandramouli Saab can give my phone number, email, anything. And anybody can write to me. Yeah, these are some experiments which we have done in Arab countries where I had been for 9-10 years. Maldives, I was there. I interacted and experimented with students. Then these are Turkey days 2015. All international community can be seen. American, British, Turkish, Azerbaijan, Russians. At that time, no fights. So people gathered and coolly we discussed international methods of teaching English, curriculum design, materials, production, and assessment. All these things taught by native British people. So with that exposure, we are telling you, lot of things can be done in India also. But what are we doing and how are we going to do? Long discussions with university students. Bottom left you can see, I interacted with university students in Turkey. Then bottom right you see all international participants, teachers, and in the center, British trainers we interacted with. So they were wondering in India, a lot of things can be done, you see. Okay, this was my student, Myanmar. Recently it was under coup, military coup, but this lady appearing at the top left was my student. She is an associate professor in Myanmar. But now no internet is accessible in that country and no telephones work. They have a lot of interest. We taught 30-40 hours of online teaching English for them. They have need, but there is nobody to go there and teach because borders are closed and even internet is closed. But I was so glad to interact with this international community. And this is Lisa, who is appearing at the bottom, the head team. You see, she is the founder of HETT. Even top center also she appears. Higher education for training for teachers, HETT Canada. She is the founder, and she identified me one of the trainers from India. So I was dealing with these people. And monthly once, international meetings. You can see bottom left, all these international speakers directly come online and interact like we are doing. So these are the things we can implement somewhere. And these are some of the activity-based experiential learning things which I have been doing. Every year I go to Bhubaneswar because one institution there invites me for 5 days, 6 days. They fly me down to Bhubaneswar. I stay there with the students, PG and UG. I do lot of experiments and I teach them activity-based experiential learning things. It is called finishing school. Even language, literature, drama, skit, so many things come, and soft skills also. So I'm just giving you what can be done. These are things can be done. And these are 2022 skills. Long list left side. You can browse World Economic Forum suggested skills. You will understand. Then I quote Albert Einstein here. Everybody is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it is stupid. Unquote Albert Einstein. Everybody is a genius. Our students, our faculty, our administrators, all have some skills, some knowledge. But if we misjudge some fish because it is not climbing tree, it is a failure, then whole life it will be a failure. So there is a need to change. And this is a testing system we have. Somebody is testing these creatures. For a fair selection, everybody has to take the same exam. Please climb the tree. Imagine which creature here can climb the tree easily? Anyone, please? We are coming to the end. Anybody? Answer, please. Any
So
student?
the monkey.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. So monkey, in a minute it can climb, and bird maybe half minute it will be on the top branch. And elephant probably can bring down the tree under its feet. That's a different ability. And fish cannot even imagine climbing a tree, and dog may try. So what is happening? We have one examination system, and the abilities of the learners are different. And we did not devise a system where we can assess all the abilities of the student. Maybe it is a big task, no doubt about it, but can be done. And these are multiple intelligence. I suggest research scholars and faculty kindly read this Frames of Mind, the Theory of Multiple Intelligences, Howard Gardner, 1983. If you really want to assess somebody, in these 9 kinds of intelligences will be there in every individual naturally, but into fixing it into the curriculum may be difficult, but we can try. Like kinesthetic, interpersonal, linguistic, mathematical, naturalistic, intrapersonal, visual, and musical. If these intelligences are assessed at school level, college level, or university level, we'll be doing a great service to our students. And this is what we are seeing actually. When we look at the issue or problem or syllabus or an incident, whatever, we look at it like this. And we feel something is happening there. It is rotating, right? But is it really rotating? It's just an optical illusion. And when we think about something, maybe curriculum design, methods, whatever it is, this is what happens. Because brain has 2 parts, right brain and left brain. And right is creative, left is logical. And we have to strike a balance. But the question is, where do we hit the individual? Right side of the brain or left side of the brain? Or equally? I mean, as a faculty, as a teachers, we have to think of the learner. Which side of the brain is more affected through our teaching and activities? That's what I'm trying to infer here. Then I'm skipping this. Yeah. Again, another visual. How many boats are under the bridge? Anybody quickly, please? I'm coming to the end. How many boats are under the tree, under the bridge? Anyone?
Sir, only 4 to 5
10
were
boats,
visible.
sir.
Wonderful. Next question is there a bridge over the boats? Or is it
No,
a
actually, that is the sky.
optical illusion actually? So when we look at curriculum design, when we look at testing design, when we are teaching the learners, when we are looking at people, this is what is happening. Optical illusions are happening. That's why we are unable to reach the core of the learner. This is what is happening. It's a big subject again. It calls for another session. I'm skipping it, sir, because stimulus response theory, then how many types of response, that's a big story. Now, post-pandemic corporate expectations. I'm not going into details, but there is a link, sir, madam. I'll copy it into the chat box. Kindly see that at least students can fill this later on. That responsibility I give it to Chandramouli sir and madam, whoever is the in charge here, organizing committee, because these are the research questions we are talking about, and we are willing to take this information and develop a paper on post-pandemic industrial and corporate expectations. That is the present study involving various research scholars across India. I am doing that as a chief investigator. So I request your institution also, kindly from rural India, we want to see what will be the response of the students. For UG and PG students, kindly share this link, sir, madam. It's my personal request and professional request also. So these are the questions. Sectoral challenges, the existing jobs, previous jobs and future jobs, how are they going to be? And what is your general mindset? Like that we have divided the questions. Some 20 questions will be there that can be answered by the students. So look at this bird. The only small bird called raven is there enough to poke on the head of eagle. And eagle doesn't bother. It soars to very high places, sometimes beyond the clouds. And all ordinary creatures, when it rains, they go and hide somewhere. But eagle is the only bird which goes beyond, which flies beyond the clouds, because there is no rain beyond the clouds. So when we want to take tough decisions, when we want to make changes in the curriculum, in methodology or testing systems or materials, we have to be very strong, and we have to have a aerial view, bird's eye view, like eagle's sharp eyesight we should have, and we should have a holistic approach. Then only we'll be able to do some justice. Okay, some proposals: new futuristic courses like MA in ESP, soft skills, life skills can be offered by universities in India. We can establish a dedicated center of excellence for soft skills and ELT, where youth empowerment and women empowerment can happen. We can emerge as a center of excellence with national importance. International clients and off-campus expansion is also possible. These are just my proposals, and I quote Buddha: if a man or woman can control his mind, he can find the way to enlightenment, and all wisdom and virtue will naturally come to him. I quote Buddha here, unquote. And these are my contact details, my mail ID, and contact details are here. If anybody has any questions, now we can take one or two with the permission of the organizers, or you can write to me, or anyways, I am available, sir, madam. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm thankful to your institution and Principal Chandramouli sir, and your management, President, Secretary, and all the members, and all the organizers for doing such a wonderful webinar on this theme. And we look forward to assist you and help you, walk along with you in the pursuit of excellence and intellectual pursuits also, sir. Thank you so much. And link I am sharing, sir. Kindly give me a minute. In the chat window, I am typing. Sir, madam.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You can just share with the students, sir, UG and PG or research scholars, anybody, because this is a survey across India. It is happening now, so I'm part of it. And from your side, it will be great, because yours is semi-urban or rural area, I think, right, sir? Gondwana University.
It comes under the rural areas.
Kindly open the link, sir. Just check if the link is opening. And I request all the participants to kindly copy it into your mobile phones or email ID and pass it on to your students, UG or PG students, so that
Surely, sir.
we want to see rural, urban, and semi-urban, maybe tribal also areas. What is the response in this post-pandemic era? What are the various changes coming in the mindset, the way they are thinking? How will be the future jobs, and what kind of skills are required? So many things. It will answer so many things. So we spent a lot of time on that in designing that questionnaire. It's very easy to click. Is it copied, madam? Sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, kindly forward it to students and tell them that within 1 or 2 days, kindly fill it up, because it's very easy on their mobiles or somewhere. Even faculty can do that, but mostly from students we want. Yeah, thank you so much. If anybody has any questions accidentally by mistake, you can ask. If they had listened to me accidentally, very patiently, without making me patient, that will be wonderful. Thank you. Over to you, madam, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
And really, it was a very wonderful lecture. This is surely going to help all the administrators, teachers, and we have BOS members and all in the universities, and they can think about this to add such kind of matter syllabi that will be surely helpful for the students to go for TOEFLs and exams like this. So thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now I welcome our principal, sir, Dr. A. Chandramouli, sir, the chairman of this valedictory function, to address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam. May I able?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hello,
thank
sir.
you, madam. May I able? Okay,
Yes,
okay,
sir.
madam. Okay. So already we are running. Hello, sir. Yes, sir. May I able, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, sir. Honorable Kalyan Chakravarti Garu and other learned delegates and my dear colleagues who have still joined this webinar. So being the principal of the college, I would like to say a few things. Actually, today's seminar or you can say webinar, really a fruitful one, since keynote address from Dr. J. Damodar Garu. He has a vast 44 years of experience. From his vast experience, he has noted all the things which one should keep in mind, go ahead while delivering the lectures. Is 25 years vast experience said that only the human heart and the well experience and understanding the students can only make the better way to teaching you. Even Dr. Pranjit Banerjee sir is a studied and academician. He exclusively and lucidly explained the various teaching methods which are suited to English language as well as literature. Even the present resource person, Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti Garu, from his vast international exposure and experience, he made his talk more lively and lucidly that suited to all people, all students as well as the teaching fraternity. In India, we have so many teaching methods, innumerable, and the list is never ending. But all should keep in mind that the ELT method, whatever it may be, it should motivate the learners to learn further and to acquire some skills which make them stand on their feet. So it is the core, the crux of the today's workshop, and I think it is made by today's enlightened lectures. So already it is more than 2 p.m. So I don't want to take much of time. I would like to express my sincere thanks to all the resource persons, including Dr. Kalyan Chakravarti Garu from his busy schedule, international schedule. He spared a lot of time since morning 10:30 to up to 2:30 p.m. So sincerely, I express my thanks on behalf of my college And I would like also express my thanks to all the team, the organizing team who is taking pains from since the morning to up today. So I express my deep thanks to all the participants also who have joined this program since morning to up to. So I don't want to take much of time. I will conclude here and hand over to Dr. Perna Modak to further proceedings. Dr. Modak.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everybody.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for
अनम्यूट कीजिए मैडम, आवाज नहीं आ रहा है. माइक प्लीज मैडम.
Yes, sir.
Your mic. Now
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Because of your motivation only, we all are here, and we could be able to do this program in a very well manner. And thank you for giving such wonderful speakers and suggesting the personalities, those who could help us to enlighten all our participants. Thank you, sir.
Thank you to
With this,
principal sir and management also for taking initiative.
Thank you.
And for
Thank you,
organizing.
sir. Now I hand over the session to Mr. Sandeep Deshmukh, sir, for vote of thanks.
Very good afternoon, one and all. It gives me an immense pleasure to propose a vote of thanks for this event. The end of a story is the new beginning for many others. On this note, let's conclude remarkable and knowledgeable valedictory session. On behalf of organizing committee of this conference, I express my sincere thanks to Dr. Kalyana Chakravarti sir for accepting our invitation and for your good words on this occasion. I am thankful to keynote speaker and inaugurator of today's session, Dr. G. Damodar sir, Vice Chancellor of Chaitanya Deemed to be University Warangal. I want to extend my generous thanks to Dr. Arun Prakash sir for presidential address in the first session. I would like to thank today's resource person, Dr. Prantik Banerjee sir, for a wonderful speech. I am also thankful to Dr. Dharmapal Fulzele sir for kind support and help during this conference. I am thankful to our principal, Dr. A. Chandramouli sir, for inspiring us to organize such event and for kind support to make this event success. I am thankful to convener Mr. Prashant Wasade sir, Mr. Sanganand Bagde sir, and co-convener Dr. Prerna Modak ma'am for taking lots of effort to make this event successful. I am also thankful to all my colleagues and non-teaching staff, and last but not least, I am thankful to all the participants, researchers, and students for being with us. Thank you, one and all. So, with the permission of chairperson, we will end up this session. Once again, thank you, one and all. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, principal sir, and all the presenters.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes.